Sabotaging the debate already.
Yep.
All right, so now we're going to move into the cross-examination periods. Just a reminder, there are 4 total cross-examination period. The first one is Joel leading, and we'll start that as soon as you start your question.
All right.
Some loud clicking.
Okay. Tom, this debate is not over presuppositionalism. It's about God's existence. Have you given an argument against God's existence?
I gave an epistemological argument. So my argument against God's existence, or the belief in God's existence, is that in order to show that God does exist, have positive evidence that God exists, you need to show that you can differentiate imagination from reality. Because if you can't, then the argument that God does exist, or the conclusion God does exist, is no more rational than the conclusion God does not exist, or the infinitely many alternatives. That's why I brought up the problem of underdetermination. So to be reasonable to believe God exists, as opposed to the belief God does not exist, you would need evidence that God does exist.
Okay,
So
so
atheism is fundamentally a neutral position. It doesn't say one way or the other. It doesn't need to say. All I need.
Atheism is not fundamentally a neutral position when you're having a debate about God existing. Fail.
To show is that if your conclusion has no more justification than pixies
okay,
or leprechauns.
so if atheism is your conclusion, and yet it's also your starting point, is that circular?
It would be, but atheism isn't my starting point.
If you are starting from a position where you don't believe in God, you are lacking belief in God, is this not atheism?
No, not necessarily. It could be agnosticism. There's many different interpretations.
But you are presupposing that the specific God of the Bible, who has given definitionally enough evidence for you to know him, does not exist.
No, that sentence doesn't even make sense. Like
the sentence doesn't make sense because he doesn't want to answer in the positive. He's trying to stay neutral. He's playing games. That's all he's doing. So Joel's going to have the task of getting around him playing games, his fast talking.
In the Bible, God says that he has given you personally enough evidence to know him. That's Romans chapter 1, 18 through 25. You are saying, so given Romans 1, you do have enough evidence.
I think that he thinks he has like a big long beard that he's stroking there. Why does he keep stroking his face? Hold on a sec.
For God, you're saying that particular God who has given you enough evidence does not exist. That's presupposing from arbitrary. Is that not arbitrarily starting from atheism rather than as you're presenting it, leading to atheism with your evidence?
No, again, that doesn't make sense. That is a conclusion I've come to after looking at the evidence. So I can show that statement is false by knowing how evidence and epistemology works. But you don't start with the assumption it's wrong. It's not like a baby says, you know what, there's no God because I just don't have enough evidence to believe one way or the other. The baby is neutral. It doesn't have any beliefs one way or the other because it just doesn't have any basic
Actually, the research shows that babies actually believe in God, or at least small children do. But can you give me
that
one
is
reason?
Actually incorrect. So this, I know exactly the study you're.
That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. I'll take back my time on that. Can you actually, can you give me one reason from your worldview alone why any reasoning or this debate, for example, is possible in the first place?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Can you give me a reason?
I don't understand the question. So I think he's going to pretend to have a worldview. Not to have a worldview is the game he's playing, right? Like he's neutral. He needs someone to show him evidence. And he has this. He has a worldview that specific evidence is needed, but he's trying to act like he's just a neutral being that showed up in a chair today, I guess.
Reason from your worldview alone, using your own metaphysical and epistemological beliefs or the tenets of your worldview, why any reasoning or debating is possible in the first place.
Again, I don't understand the question. So if you're asking like how is something possible? Well, it's possible if it doesn't entail a logical contradiction. So if there is no logical contradiction between us debating, then in my worldview it would be possible.
So you believe that knowledge is possible given your worldview?
Yeah, absolutely.
You've grounded knowledge before in the cogito.
Well, that's an example of knowledge. So that's not
real
grounded
quick,
knowledge.
in
It's
your
an
debate
example.
with Sonny Hernandez, you said, quote, to understand intelligibility, you really only need to understand one thing, which is that you exist. You referred to the cogito in this debate already. You say that the idea, or quote, I think therefore I am, grounds knowledge. How does your private awareness make sense of shared logic, mathematics, and science?
Well, none of that is entailed in knowledge. So I don't know why you mentioned any of that. So knowledge is just a justified true belief. So cogito, I think therefore am, is an example of a justified true belief.
What
So
are
I can ground.
The cogito has presuppositions based in. It presupposes I, that thinking is occurring, that time exists, therefore I am is causality and ontology, right? So he just wants to skip over that. He wants to use Descartes and assume that, and likely Joel will get into how he's presupposing those things, but he's either pretending that he's not or doesn't realize it.
Ground like the first example of knowledge using that.
What are the presuppositions that go into the cogito?
None, actually.
Wow. So like I just said, he presupposes the I, he's presupposing thinking is occurring, which includes time, causality, therefore I am, ontology, the existence. He just said there's no presuppositions. I mean, that's actually a huge fail. If I was talking to him, I would just stay right there the whole time and say, we can't get, you can't even move past that. That's a complete fail. Let's listen to it again.
I don't know why you mentioned any of that. So knowledge is just a justified true belief. So cogito, I think therefore am, is an example of a justified true belief.
What
So
are
I
the
can ground like the
presuppositions that
first
go into
example of knowledge using that.
What are the presuppositions that go into the cogito?
None, actually. It's descriptive.
When you say I think, who is the I?
Well, it's descriptive. So the sentence itself.
No, he's asking you what the I is. The presupposition of the I itself is in question. And now he's just saying it's a description. It's a description of what? This kid, Jumparound, is playing games. He's fast talking. And the people that follow him either like what he's doing or don't understand what he's doing, or just, well, it doesn't matter what they're doing, but he's not even making sense. He's trying to appear like he's making sense, but if he's saying, I think, therefore I am, doesn't have any presuppositions entailed, again, it's a complete fail, fundamentally. So at this point, he's just trying to talk around it.
The English words entail lots of presuppositions because it's English, but the things to which the words are describing entail no presupposition. So, for example, my conscious experience, there's no presupposition with conscious experience.
Is there a connection?
There's no presupposition in my conscious experience. Well, it presupposes the you, the I, the me. And then when you get into consciousness, well, how are you going to explain that as a materialist or physicalist? You're going to have, I mean, Descartes himself was a dualist. He thought there was a material substance and a thinking substance that existed. Of course, he couldn't fuse those two ideas and can't account for them. So TJUMP is starting with Descartes' position, trying to say it's just automatically justified, ignoring the presuppositions and doing no service to Descartes or himself already.
To interrupt you, just for the interest of time, is there a connection between language and ontology?
Not necessarily.
So that when you say I think therefore I am, is there a connection between the I, the word I, and the self that you're referring to?
Yes, it's just one's describing the other.
Are you not presupposing the existence of the self when you say I think therefore I am?
No, the sentence.
He's not presupposing the existence of himself. Joel's asking him what the self is. If he's presupposing, he's saying no. It's so ridiculous. He's saying it's descriptive. It's descriptive. Joel's trying to ask him, what is the I? This is because unbelievers can't answer this question. They're just assuming it. They want to move past it and talk past it.
The English words do, but again, the referent does not. So the conscious experience is not assumed. No, there is no point there.
Why do you believe that? It's very obvious.
Yeah, he is. No, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Look at him, the way he's operating.
No, there is no point there.
Why do you believe that? It's very obvious. Why do you believe that there is a difference between your imagination and your experience?
Because I'm imagining a unicorn, but I do not see a unicorn.
So if he imagines something and doesn't see it, he constitutes that as imagination. Does he see mathematics? Does he see laws of logic? No. But then he'll what? He'll point to things and point to numbers and write down numbers and say, now they exist because I see them. What kind of answer is that?
It's very obvious. Why do you believe that there is a difference between your imagination and your experience?
Because I'm imagining a unicorn, but I do not see a unicorn.
Do you believe that your experience of the world is intelligible?
Yes,
Why?
because the definition of intelligible is just the ability to intelligently cognize something. So,
I believe my experience is intelligible because of definition. This guy doesn't understand philosophy. He's not asking you for a definition. He's going into your presuppositions and assumptions as to why you think you're intelligible, and you're just jumping around, Jumparound.
Okay, can you explain, given your own worldview only, why reality is intelligible at all and why it is not chaos or purely illusory?
well, there's multiple ways to explain it.
No, I'm asking for your definition.
There's multiple ways to explain it, he said, right? So will he explain it? Likely not. Joel's asking him specifically from his worldview. That's what you need to do when you're having a discussion with somebody. You want to talk about their worldview, not what other philosophers say, not what other people say, not multiple ways. You say, from your perspective, from your worldview, in your philosophy, talk about intelligibility, why you think reality is reality, as he claims.
Given the tenets of your own atheistic worldview.
Again, I'm not sure what you're asking there. So if you're asking for like an ontological grounds of what makes it,
I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay.
intelligible.
I'm asking for your belief, your personal grounding.
Of what?
It's the third time I'm asking you, Tom. From your own worldview, why is reality intelligible and not chaos or purely illusory? Only given the tenets of your own worldview, your metaphysical and epistemological commitments.
Again, it's just a mute question, because it's like asking, what is the fundamental nature of reality? It is what it is.
That's not what I'm.
So it is what it is his metaphysic, right? He's trying to say it's nonsense because he doesn't even know how to answer it. It is what it is. If that's really what he's going to say as a metaphysical position, it is what it is, then Joel, all he needs to do is say God just is. And that's it. That's as far as it goes. You know, this is what's interesting about studying presuppositionalism and the assumptions that the unbelievers bringing forth is they end up playing games, and it becomes a task of pointing out the logical fallacies, repeating yourself, and not letting them just grant themselves and move ahead. So that's what Joel is tasked to do here. But if he wanted to, he could say, it's not my position that God just is, but to match your metaphysic of reality, which it just is, I'm going to match it with God just is, and then you're not really going to have anything to say on the matter.
I'm asking you why.
Again, it's just a mute question, because it's like asking, what is the fundamental nature of reality? It is what it is.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you why you believe that reality is intelligible. This is the fourth time I'm asking. And if you fail to answer it the fourth time you refuse to, I'm going to assume that you're conceding that you don't have an answer. So why?
No, I've literally answered 4 times.
Reality.
Listen.
He answered 4 times. Did he? If he did, he's just saying it just is. He's not saying anything. It's arbitrary. This is a good move by Joel to just keep repeating himself and say, I'm asking you the 4th time. So all he's done is saying reality is reality. It's just a tautology that is not an actual position. The kid has no metaphysical grounding. He has no position. If he's going to try to get into an argument with somebody saying, well, my metaphysics is reality is reality, it just is, you're not going to get anywhere. There's nothing to really argue.
So like, if you ask me,
listening very carefully,
we'll try listening closer, because the answer.
And look at the way he plays games. Joel's being very patient. Just listen carefully. He's like, no, you listen. I've asked you 4 times and I've answered 4 times. He's playing this tit for tat sophistry game. This is what he does.
Is that my worldview doesn't make a statement about what fundamental reality is. It doesn't.
Okay, your worldview doesn't know what reality is what you just said. You just want to jump past it. You want to move past it and grant it is what it is. I mean, there's so much that he's revealing in this first round of cross-examination where Joel doesn't even need to move forward. He just needs to keep pointing out to the listener, like, this man is saying nothing. He's either not able to answer my question or he's refusing to, while saying he's answering it by saying the arbitrary, it just is. Reality is reality. That's all he's done here.
It's not. It's irrelevant. My worldview has
Listening very carefully.
It's irrelevant on top of it.
Well, we'll try listening closer, because the
Very,
answer
very
here is that my worldview doesn't make a statement about what fundamental reality is. It doesn't care. It's not. It's irrelevant. And so when you're asking,
It doesn't care. It's irrelevant. So we're just going to skip past what reality is. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It's not relevant. And then I'm going to tell you why God doesn't exist and why I think I'm right. Knowledge and ethics. Skip past metaphysics and move to what I call justified true belief. And he carries some sort of objective ethic as an unbeliever, which is rare. So this is just this complete nonsense coming from TJUMP around here. And props to Joel for just being patient, because he's not going to get these questions answered. But he has the task of pointing out what Tom Jumparound is doing here.
well, why do I believe we're intelligible or something? Like, my worldview, it could be anything. It could be quantum
It
physics.
could be unintelligible, for example.
It could be temporarily.
Okay, so you
My worldview could be unintelligible temporarily. Okay. It's a good start.
so based on that, based on your own worldview, you don't believe in intelligibility.
No, I do believe in intelligibility, as I've mentioned. So you don't
But
need to
just
give
without
it.
reason?
Wait, stop interrupting. So
No,
the
I can
answer to the
interrupt. This is
question-
my time.
Well, no. I need to be able to finish the answer. So you need to stop interrupting.
I've got 20 seconds left. Given the tenets of your
That's great.
world,
So I need to actually answer
why
the
do you
question.
believe in
Well,
intelligibility?
If you
Well,
continue
you can
interrupting
answer-
me and I can't answer the question, so you need to be able to stop talking so I can answer the question. So the answer to the question,
Yeah, right. Now, when you're in the cross-examine seat, you can interrupt and redirect. And, I agree with Tom Jump. Like, if you need to be answered, that's a good point too. The thing is that he's giving non-answers. He's making noise. So, if you want to redirect, it's understandable here.
is specifically, you don't need to answer that question. Like, you can have a methodological worldview where you don't make conclusions about the fundamental nature of reality. I experience intelligibility. Now, I don't need to.
So he doesn't need to answer these questions. It's just, as the time goes up, I just don't need to answer these questions. I just don't care. They're irrelevant. That's an interesting technique if you want to try that. If you want to just try to skip past metaphysics, it's probably your best bet, especially if you are a physicalist or a materialist, because you have no justification or accountability for the realm of metaphysics, which you are assuming and are using in language and knowledge, meaning, value, purpose, all these categories, transcendental categories that you're smuggling into the conversation. You're not realizing or purposefully obfuscating the idea, but that's probably your best bet, is just to try to filibuster, skip over this, which that's what he's doing.
Digging. So whatever the fundamental nature of reality is, I don't need to make a statement about that to make a statement that I'm currently experiencing intelligibility. That's, again, a fundamental mistake of presupposition. They just don't understand epistemology. I don't need to make an answer to the fundamental nature of reality to claim that I'm experiencing intelligibility. Like,
according to who? According to what? According to this kid sitting in his big chair. He's like, oh, I don't need to answer these things. I don't need to know about presuppositions in the way you're asking. It's irrelevant. He's just trying to dismiss him. But Joel is asking about the fundamental nature of the ideas he's bringing forth. He's going prior to his claims of what he wants to do here. This is so dumb. The way he's answering this. What he's trying to get away with.
did you not understand that?
That was the time for that cross examination.
Did you not understand that? Well, I feel like I understood him. He's just playing games, but this is going to turn the whole debate into a game where you have to keep going back there and saying you haven't answered the questions that are prior to what you're doing, your language, your speech, your assumptions, your epistemology, the grounding of your alleged metaphysic, or non-existent metaphysic. This is why I wouldn't even want to go into these formal debates, because few people are going to pick up on what he's doing from what I see in the debate comments and so forth. People just typically want to move past these subjects, and there's a reason to question them. There's definitely a reason, because it exposes that they can't account for the things that they want to get into.
Examination period. I'd like to just give Joel the last question there. It was fine to answer. There was just a little bit back and forth there. So just one more question.
No, that's okay. That was time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Tom, your time will begin once you start talking.
All right. So when you say that the impossibility of the contrary proves God, do you admit that that means that if you can come up with a logical possible alternative, your worldview is fraud, fails?
Coming up with a logical possible alternative would, to say that would be to concede that it is not logically impossible. So it's a non-starter, as they say. It's not possible.
So your argument was that God is true because of the impossibility of the contrary. Now, just the definition of that word, impossibility of the contrary, means that there is some other hypothetical alternative that could explain the data, and you're saying there is no such alternative. That's the point of your argument, right?
Can I clarify your question?
Sure.
Are you asking me if, by me saying the impossibility of the contrary, I mean that there is a possible contrary position? Are you asking me if I affirm that?
No, I'm saying, like, literally the meaning of the premises in your argument imply that if I can present a logically possible alternative, your argument fails. It means your premise 3 is wrong, right? That's literally what premise 3 means.
For the sake of argument, that is what you would be required to do. I do not grant that it is possible to do so. So it's
right. He's saying that it's impossible. So I think TJUMP is saying, well, is it possible that I do this? And Joel's saying, no, there's no possibility. I'm standing by the argument that there's no possibility. So whatever you're bringing in, I'm going to knock down. Right. So TJUMP's, I think he's going to try to jump into a different worldview of a possibility that he's going to create. And then I'm fairly certain Joel will just say, is that your worldview? Is that what you believe? Right. Because you can talk to somebody and they can just, again, play the game of, well, what about this? What about that? What about this world and this worldview, where it's not really engaging in a one-on-one discussion of, I'm talking about my worldview versus your worldview. That's the essence of debate.
It's a little bit like, right. So it's a little bit like asking me if you claim that all bachelors are married and I show you a married bachelor. Sorry, if I say that all bachelors are unmarried and I show you a married bachelor, would that not disprove your point?
Yeah, that's literally the question. So, like, if you say there is no such thing as B and I show you B, your argument is wrong, correct?
As long as B is something that it is logically impossible not to obtain, then
that's a criteria you've made up in your head that isn't required in ontology at all. So, like, there's no part of ontology that says it must obtain. In order for intelligibility, you don't need a thing that must obtain to have intelligibility. It's just nowhere in the requirement. You just made that up. So, like,
where did he get these requirements from? Did he just make that up? I don't know where this requirement comes from. This authority on ontology is in question.
Intelligibility. How do you define intelligibility?
Well, I did so in my opening. It was actually part of my argument to define intelligibility. And do you remember what my definition was?
No, I don't think it actually worked. What is the definition?
The capacity for our experiences to be understood and meaningfully interpreted. It works.
All right. And so, in order for our experiences to be meaningfully understood, Can you have a Boltzmann brain that just pops into existence with, let's say, laws of logic that work in that 10-foot square radius?
Can you have a what?
Experiences to be meaningfully understood. Can you have a Boltzmann brain that just pops into existence with, let's say, laws of logic that work in
I don't know what he said. Can you have a bolster brain that pops into existence? What?
Can you have a Boltzmann brain that just pops into existence with, let's say, laws of logic that work in that 10-foot square radius? And there's no laws of logic or fuzzy logic everywhere else. Is that
Is
that
this
possible?
an internal critique of my worldview? Because the answer would be no.
I don't care about your worldview. I'm not asking about your worldview.
I don't care about your worldview. I'm not asking about your worldview. What is it? Okay, why are we debating? What is the purpose of this? If you're not asking about my worldview, you don't care about my worldview. It's such sophistry. He's like, no, I don't care about your worldview. I want to talk about a situation where there's a logic in a 10-foot radius, and then outside that 10-foot radius, there's no logic. I just want to make stuff up that's confusing so I can confuse the situation and try to railroad it. So it's so ridiculous.
Internal critique of my worldview? Because the answer would be no.
I don't care about your worldview. I'm not asking about your worldview.
You're not doing an internal critique of my worldview?
I don't care about your worldview.
Why are we having this debate?
Exactly. Look at his face. Why are we having this debate? Because I just want to say things and, like a salesman, throw a bunch of stuff at the wall and see what sticks. I don't care about your worldview. I don't need to ground my worldview. I'm going to assume the Cartesian model of I think, therefore I am. I'm going to claim it has no presuppositions involved in it. And then I'm just going to make stuff up and see if I can confuse you. Cool, dude.
Because your worldview doesn't matter in the case of an argument. The way arguments work, you present.
Your worldview doesn't matter in the case of your argument. Let me tell you why arguments work. How is he getting away with this? How are so many people taking this guy seriously?
To say there is no impossibility of the contrary. Now I have to present the contrary. Now, if you're saying, oh, but you need to do that from my worldview, well, that's, as you mentioned earlier, circular. You can't start with your worldview because that's circular reasoning.
You can't start with your worldview. People don't realize that all worldviews are going to be circular on a fundamental level. This is what they're missing. There's a vicious circularity. There's the logical fallacy of circularity. But Joel's coming from a meta level argument. He's arguing the preconditions of reality themselves. They start with Christian God. So, of course, it's going to be what's called a virtuous circle. It's going to come back to God, all things. Like when you argue logic, right? How do you check the logic or verify it or look for logical fallacies? You have to use logic itself. So there's a circularity there. Okay, but TJUMP and most people don't even realize that their worldview is fundamentally circular because they can't really account for necessity typically in the worldview because they suppress the truth and unrighteousness, the Christian God. They reject that. So they're in autonomous reasoning, which is circularity that can be pointed out.
The contrary. Now I have to present the contrary. Now, if you're saying, oh, but you need to do that from my worldview, well, that's, as you mentioned earlier, circular. You can't start with your worldview because that's circular reasoning. So in order...
You can't start from your worldview.
To provide...
Is this a question?
No, the question is the next part. So in order to provide, and on the contrary, all I have to do is give a logically possible alternative. Boltzmann brain. Boltzmann brain, it's a logically possible alternative where it can experience things, and the laws of logic are just in that 10-foot radius or whatever. Is there a logical contradiction there?
So he just makes up a scenario called the Boltzmann brain, where there's this 10-foot radius of logic. So, wow. So ridiculous.
Yes, that would be a logical contradiction. Yes.
What is the logical contradiction?
The logical contradiction is the laws of logic
I got to pause here. I mean, I've already paused, but I got some stuff going on. So if anyone wants to come in, you're welcome to. But should be back in a minute. Okay, let's see if we can continue this.
Logic exists necessarily in all possible worlds.
Is there a logical contradiction there?
Yes, that would be a logical contradiction. Yes.
What is the logical
The
contradiction?
logical contradiction is the laws of logic exist necessarily in all possible worlds. So for them to,
I never
for them-
said that in my argument. So when I
to-
say what
Okay, so if he's making an argument that there's a world where the laws of logic don't exist, that's a fun, creative experiment. But how does he have knowledge of such a world? Because we are talking about reality, which he claims reality is reality. So I guess that means he can just make up a world where logic only exists in certain bubbles to try to overcome an argument.
what is a logical
in
contradiction?
just a small corner of the universe, that's not part of my worldview.
Wait,
I don't know if
that's
Yeah, so that's right. It's not part of my worldview. You're just making something up. And TJUMP says, no, it's your worldview is irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant. Your interlocutor's worldview is relevant. That's what we're doing here. We're talking your worldview versus his. TJUMP wants to jump into a different world of his own creation and say, no, let's just do this thought experiment that I make up in order to defeat your argument. And Joel is talking about reality. TJUMP wants to take him out of reality to try to win an argument.
That's not what logical contradiction means. So a logical contradiction is, as you mentioned, a married bachelor. So if I make an argument that there is a man who is married and that there is a man who is a bachelor, that's a contradiction because premise one contradicts premise two. Now, a logical contradiction means that within the argument I presented, you need to show the contradiction in the premises of my argument. You can't refer to your worldview. Your worldview doesn't matter when you're showing a contradiction.
Your worldview always matters. Right? If you're gonna try to take yourself out of your worldview, then you're not arguing. You're arguing something else. This is why you have to pull the unbeliever or the one who plays games out. I'm not interested in all the things that you can think of creatively about what may happen. I want to argue your worldview, how you make sense of reality, metaphysics, what is real, the nature of being, how you know these things, how you have knowledge of the things you're claiming and asking, by the way, epistemology. If he's gonna make all these scenarios up, it's not just a matter of making the scenario up. You want to question his epistemology. How do you know these things that you're even talking about? And then what typically doesn't get brought up, and I find most interesting, is ethics. When it comes down to it, the meta-ethical question is key. Like, no matter what you say or what you present, how do you know it's right to choose that or believe that? You know, what is binding you to reality that says, oh, I ought to do that. I ought to listen to that idea. I ought to take that seriously, which I think that's an interesting way to navigate someone who's being nonsensical here, like TJUMP, say, why, right off the cuff, why I ought to take you seriously? Why ought I take you seriously? Why should I listen to the things that you're saying and professing? But he wants to jump out of his worldview. That's the only way he can get an edge here, is to pretend he doesn't have a worldview and try to tell Joel that his worldview doesn't matter either, which is the very thing that Joel is defending. Naturally and righteously, he's coming into a debate setting with an interlocutor saying, here's my worldview, here's what I think exists in reality. And obviously he thinks he's right. Whether he's explicit about that or it's implicit, when you're arguing your position, you think you have the right position. But TJUMP wants to break away from all this and say, no, I don't have a worldview. It's irrelevant. I'm making up stuff. Let me see if you'll buy this. And it looks to me that Joel's not buying it.
Contradiction. So
I am, because you're supposed to be internally critiquing my worldview to demonstrate.
No, I'm not. I'm not supposed to be.
Oh, you're not. I'm not supposed to be internally critiquing your worldview. I'm supposed to be making stuff up to see if I can trip you up and win an argument. It's so ridiculous.
Contradiction in the premises of my argument. You can't refer to your worldview. Your worldview doesn't matter when you're showing a contradiction. So
I am, because you're supposed to be internally critiquing my worldview to demonstrate.
No, I'm not. I'm not supposed to be
to demonstrate a contradiction to show that God does not exist. You're supposed to be arguing against the existence of God. If you want to say that there's a hypothetical world,
let's redirect and ask.
He doesn't want to argue the actual topic. He's like, no, it doesn't matter. Your worldview doesn't matter. My worldview doesn't matter. I created a scenario that I want you to buy. No, I don't care about this imagined scenario that you want me to buy. I want to talk about the relevance of the discussion, how you perceive reality, how you justify and account for the things you think you know versus what I am claiming to know. Jumparound. Just playing games.
That's a good question now. Thank you.
So again, all I need to do, as you literally admitted, the very first question I asked, all I need to do is present a logically possible alternative to your worldview, which means your worldview is over here now. It's like, I don't care about your worldview anymore. It's just irrelevant. I don't need anything from your worldview. I'm trying to get there, but it doesn't seem like you understand.
Oh, I know how to defeat a worldview. Just create a new world. Oh, your worldview is irrelevant because I've created a new world where logic is only in bubbles in certain places. I'm a genius. Look at me.
Understand the point of the questions I've asked. So I need to back it up. So I presented an alternative.
Not internally critiquing my position. What you're doing is you're asking if it's logically possible for the laws of logic not to obtain beyond a small corridor or pocket in the universe. That seems to me to be incoherent. You're asking me if it's logically possible. You're asking me to appeal. You're even appealing to transcendent laws of logic in order to present a situation in which the laws of logic are not transcendent.
No, I never did that. Okay, I'm taking my time back. Again, I'm taking my time back. You can just forget. Just say the laws of logic exist in location A. What happens out, don't care. Doesn't matter. Laws of logic exist in this box. I don't care.
Where are they grounded in?
Just let me make up stuff and see if you'll buy it. So Joel is right here. He's just not buying it. This guy's just fast talking to win an argument. He doesn't care about what is true.
In this scenario.
I don't care. So I don't stop. I don't need to reference your worldview anymore because now I have a different worldview. Worldview B. I
don't need to reference your worldview. I'm taking you out of the picture and I'm going to create a new world and I win. This is sophistry maxed. You just have to go back to the fundamental questions with him, like the one he couldn't answer earlier, where he's presented 4 times. How do you know your worldview is intelligible and not just chaos? Which I'm guessing he'll likely do. Or this is the thing about these formal debates. Like, if you're really going to stand your ground, it's not that entertaining. So people want to be entertained. They want to just keep moving forward. They want you to grant your interlocutor certain things. But, that's why presuppositional conversations are better just to be hashed out in a non-debate format, I would say. But I'll speak more on that as time goes on.
Presented an alternative worldview.
I would ask, I'm not asking you now because this is not my time to ask questions. I would ask you, if I were asking questions, what is grounding laws of logic, which are conceptual, which are 3 in 1, equally ultimate to one another, which are invariant and immaterial. That's what
They
I
don't
would
need to
be
be
asking.
grounded. They don't need to be grounded. They just randomly
just an
work in
assertion.
this small.
Is he just making this up? Did he think about this prior? They don't need to be grounded. Interesting how Joel used the laws of logic as co-equal, almost like a Trinitarian perspective there, integrated into the laws of logic. That's interesting.
Yes,
That's an assertion.
That's the point of a hypothetical.
So that's a logically incoherent scenario that you just.
No, hypotheticals are not logical.
Yeah, right. He just created a logically incoherent scenario, quite literally a scenario where logic doesn't exist. So this is creative time for him. This is a way to make money and pass time, grow your channel, I guess.
Incoherent. Again, there's nothing that you said there.
This hypothetical is logically incoherent because you're
No.
appealing to transcendent laws of logic.
No, I never said that.
And you're supposed to be asking me questions. I'm supposed to be giving answers.
Yes, that is the way it's supposed to be. You are failing to do so. So what is the logical contradiction with the laws of logic applying to the Boltzmann brain, and the Boltzmann brain thinks in things?
Okay. Are you ready for the answer?
Sure.
You're appealing to logical transcendence.
Where in my argument? Which premise?
When you asked me if it was logically coherent.
No, I didn't. I did not ask if it was logically. I don't care.
What did you ask? If it was logical.
What is the logical contradiction?
No.
Do you say he doesn't care if it's coherent?
Where in my argument? Which premise?
When you asked me if it was logically coherent.
No, I didn't. I did not ask if it was logically. I don't care.
What did you ask? If it was logical.
What is the logical contradiction?
No, earlier. What did you say? That's what I'm referring to.
What?
You asked me if it was logically coherent, or
no, I never asked if it was logically. I don't care about your ability to cohere things. I don't care. What is the logical contradiction with a Boltzmann brain understanding reality?
I don't care about your ability to cohere things. I just want you to answer. We don't need coherency. We don't need reality. I'm just making up stuff, and I just want you to answer.
I need to understand.
Last question.
I need to know more about this world that you're talking about, because you're appealing to laws of logic as if they can exist in a tight little corner of the universe, and that flies in the face of metaphysics, what the laws of logic are. So that would be a logical contradiction. That would entail meaninglessness. That would entail non-intelligibility. So the situation you've presented is non-intelligible, which I think demonstrates where atheism does lead. Which, by the way, I just want to point out, you have not made a positive argument against God. You're trying to undercut mine. You're failing to do so.
That's that. We're going to move on to the next period of cross-examination. Before we do, now is your chance to send super chats. If there's not a lot of super chats coming in for questions for the question and answer period.
Okay, so that was a fairly good summary there by Joel. He's like, you're not doing anything. You're just trying to present a situation of this Boltzmann brain in an illogical place in reality that doesn't exist to try to win an argument. You're not really presenting anything against the argument of God. And TJUMP is basically saying, I don't need to be coherent. I don't need a worldview. Your worldview is irrelevant. I'm focusing on the premises and conclusion of your argument. And I think I can overcome it with this Boltzmann brain hypothetical. The thing he doesn't realize, or he's trying to avoid, is that Joel's making a meta level argument about the preconditions of all reality, what exists prior to using logic and laws of logic, having discussion with meaning in an intelligible fashion, in a coherent way, that we can even sit down and have these discussions in the first place. It's not a simple deductive argument. You can put it in a deductive syllogism, but it's not a simple deductive argument. It's a meta level transcendental argument about the nature of reality itself. So TJUMP either doesn't understand this, or he's just dismissing it. And he's very dismissive, but I wonder if he even understands this.
Just type in question in capitals with a dash, and we'll go through questions like that. All right, Joel, your second cross-examination period starts when you start talking.
Tom, what is your ultimate foundation for knowledge, and why is it not arbitrary?
My ultimate foundation for knowledge. Knowledge is a justified true belief. So the foundation for knowledge is that I have justified true beliefs.
So his ultimate foundation is a definition, and he just states the definition. What is your ultimate foundation? He answers, it's justified true belief, so I have that. He said nothing. He just gave a definition.
How do you know you have justified true
Arbitrary.
belief?
Arbitrary means based on no principles or reasoning. So if I have a reason, it's not arbitrary.
What is your reason?
That I have knowledge. I have justified true.
So he just has a simple circularity. I have it because I have it. The definition says it's justified, so I'm justified. He actually demonstrated arbitrariness. So it's a great question. He just became a demonstration of arbitrariness.
Believe.
How do you know you have knowledge?
Because I believe I exist and I can't be wrong.
Does saying well, we've already talked about the cogito. I think I've already made that point.
I've already deconstructed your point, but you can.
He deconstructed the cogito. Joel brought up that it entails presuppositions, and he just said, no, it doesn't. It's not a deconstruction. He's completely wrong. If he would go back and reconsider that or look into I don't know how he studies these things, but again, the cogito assumes the I, the identity, the thinking, which entails time, therefore, which is causality, and the ontology of existence, therefore, I am. So to arrogantly say he deconstructed that, he's so off base. This debate's actually already over.
Assume that.
I'm going to ignore that because that's silly. In one previous debate, you say that your argument for moral reasoning is the weakest one that you have, that it's just an intuitive leap. What makes you think that your intuition is a reliable, truth-seeking faculty?
It wouldn't be. That's not the point of intuition.
You said that your argument for moral reasoning is the weakest one you have, that it is just an intuitive leap. I take that to mean that you're using the faculty of intuition. What makes you think that your intuition is a reliable, truth-seeking faculty?
I just answered that. Literally in the sentence you just read, it said that is the weakest argument because it's intuition. Intuition is not geared towards truth.
Is it reliable?
As I mentioned in my opening, everything starts as a hypothesis. You imagine it to be the case, and then you need a second stage.
Okay, so you don't believe that
everything starts as a hypothesis. Okay. Joel is asking you about things prior to where you're saying it starts. The hypothesis itself is in question. The a priori truths that you're assuming, things like identity over time, uniformity in nature, induction, that the future will be like the past. This is what Joel is questioning you on. And you keep wanting to just jump ahead, Mr. Jumparound. You're either not getting this or you're doing it purposely.
are you saying that you do not believe that your intuition is reliable?
Yes, intuition is just a hypothetical. It could be reliable, might not be. You need more than just an intuition.
Well, that I find that interesting because your moral position relied on an intuitive leap, and you don't believe your intuition is reliable. I think that's
literally why it's the weakest argument, which is said in the sentence you just read.
How is it an argument at all? I guess
arguments saying that I use my intuition isn't an argument. It's not like my intuition, therefore it's true. That's not the argument.
Okay, let's move on. That's okay. Please give a positive, detailed account of how your worldview grounds logic, not just what you reject in mind.
Logic is descriptive. Nothing grounds it.
Logic is descriptive. Nothing grounds it. Is his answer to account for logic. This is sophistry. We all presuppose logic. He's asking you how you account for that. You'd be better off saying it just is than nothing grounds it. Well, essentially, I guess that's what you're trying to say here. To say it's descriptive means that it's going to be variant. In other words, just of the human mind. So you're going to now have logic in the category of something that you don't think is objectively true or in place in reality that's reliable. It's just something that you're describing as the case. So this is going to be a problem here.
Are the laws of logic true?
What do you mean by true? Like, do they describe?
What do you mean by true? Huh.
Reality, sure.
Does A equal A?
Does that describe reality? Sure, yes.
So A always equals A.
As far as I know, yeah.
How do you know?
As far as I know. Into how do you know? Right. As far as I know, he's starting to say, oh, I don't want to answer these questions in the positive, because if I say I know that for certain, then I'll be claiming an objective truth. And he doesn't want to do that.
Know that?
Well, as far as I know, I don't know that with
How-
certainty.
how do you know it?
Standards of logics?
What degree of certainty do you have about it?
I don't know.
You're in
Yeah. So this is a vague answer, right? In his worldview, he can't claim any objective truth. So the laws of logic, they may or may not be true as far as he knows. So he's just saying it's a description of reality. It seems reliable. When he's asked what they are, where they exist, how they exist, he has no idea. How does he account for them and the use of them? He's saying something like, well, they just seem to be the case. They seem to be reliable, so I use them. He's just giving a description of how he operates. The very thing that he's relying on in the argument itself, in his daily life, we all presuppose logic, that things are what they are, that we don't contradict ourselves. He's just taking some sort of a pragmatist approach. Well, they just seem to be the case. They're just describing things that are in reality. But reality is what is in question. This is what he misses when he says reality is reality. Like, truth is that which comports with reality. You get that kind of answer a lot. Reality is what is in question when we're asking about the truth itself. It's entailed.
infallibilist when it comes to knowledge, correct?
Yes.
What percentage of certainty or confidence do you need for something to count as knowledge? And how is that, whatever the percentage is, how is it not arbitrary?
Excellent question. Excellent question. Because you get this, well, it's minimally certain. I'm minimally certain. I'm maximally certain of this. It seems to be the case. So you want to go into, what are these arbitrary ideas of maximal and minimal or moderate? And give me a percentage. It's a good question to point out that it's just an arbitrary claim that's trying to push it by, just trying to get through a conversation and talk past points that are being asked, to try to assume things and grant yourself things that you can't account for. This is just a game for Jumparound. And Joel's doing a good job of just staying calm, staying solid, and asking him questions about ultimately epistemic justification is what he's driving at.
Well, it's not based on a percentage. I don't like assign percents to things. I assign justification for things. And so my justification is like novel testable predictions to accurately predict the future. And if something can do that, that would be my standard of justification.
He said nothing. He just said nothing. He's filling in the blank.
Okay, it sounds like you are, we're moving on because I think I've illustrated my point there. Let's talk about the...
Excellent way to respond to that. He's exactly what I was saying. He said nothing. He's just like, okay, we're going to move on. Joel's impressive here, the way he's handling this. He's very much ready for this guy. TJUMP is just, when I've watched TJUMP in the past, again, he's just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks, see if he can get by. So, props to Joel for even dealing with this guy.
The future, since you, well, I think it's fairly obvious. Are you,
to no one. Okay.
have you explained how your worldview grounds logic?
I said logic doesn't need grounding. It's descriptive. So yes, I literally answered that.
So logic.
Yeah, you can answer things void of an actual answer that's coherent or intelligible, right? You can fill in the blank. You can say things that aren't helping you and not realize it.
Logic is just words that we use to describe the universe. It does not need to be grounded, correct? It's just so if it does not need to be grounded, then your belief in it is arbitrary. You can't ground it. Is that
No,
fair?
the fact that something isn't grounded doesn't mean it's arbitrary. Those sentences don't apply. Arbitrary means has no justification.
Do you have a justification?
Yes, it describes reality. That's the justification.
Laws of logic are descriptive. They describe reality. What's the justification? They describe reality. He's just going in a simple circle. He's not saying anything.
So
what is the justification for that belief that you just made?
What the justification for the belief that logic describes reality?
Back up 1 second. Do the laws of logic describe reality infallibly?
No. Right, there's actually
So
proof
the,
of this.
so
That's
the law,
why non-standard
so
logic
the law of
exists.
identity might not be true sometimes.
Yeah, that's why non-standard logic exists. Very, very well-known facts in philosophy.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that non-standard?
Right. That's good. So he's abandoning logic now, right? He's like, well, I'm relying on the laws of logic to make sense of my position, which again, he's trying to say he doesn't have a position. It doesn't matter. He's trying to overcome a position that doesn't matter. And now the laws of logic are in question. So he's basically abandoning everything. This is a great line of questioning by Joel. So now he's in a place where it's like, well, I don't know if any of this makes sense. The things I'm relying on to say, if they do or not make sense, also may not be reliable. So he's asking them the right questions to point out that this kid is just in a ball of nonsense, a vicious circle of diatribe, of just saying things when questioned, and acting like he's confident about it and he's secure in this position of saying that I don't have a position and I don't really need to be intelligible. It's just a lot of nonsense going on here.
Logic presupposes the three classical laws of logic.
They don't. That's the
Okay.
Sometimes.
yeah. That's why non-standard logic exists. Very, very well-known facts in philosophy.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that non-standard logic presupposes the three classical laws of logic?
Right. Great question. Any type of logic you want to get into, like sort of unusual logic, Boolean logic, what have you, they're going to still fall back on the classical laws of logic. The logic that you're talking about is the thing you're talking about. The logic that you're talking about is not contradicting. It doesn't have contradictions within. So that's a great point there, which I'm guessing TJUMP is going to try to refute here.
They don't. That's literally just you don't understand the non-standard logics. So like if you just watch any basic
Okay. So if they
YouTube
don't,
video on the topic, they literally explain this. This is something that people who don't understand the topic always say because they don't understand the topic.
that's an assertion. It's also an ad hominem. It doesn't refute the point. Please try to stick to actual arguments.
Not-
In your
that's not
debate
ad-
against Jay Dyer, you made the claim, well, it's not my time to make arguments. In your debate against Jay Dyer, you made the claim that the laws of logic and math are all just descriptive languages. That sounds familiar. So they don't actually exist anywhere in the universe. They're only describing things that do exist. Jay asked you if that claim was a universal propositional truth claim. You said that it was. Jay asked you how you have access to universal truth claims. You said because they describe reality. Sorry for laughing. Without access to all of universal reality, how are you justified in thinking that you have access to universal truth claims which describe all of universal reality? How do you, Tom, justify making universal truth claims about logic or reality?
Because you don't need to make universal claims about everything in reality to have a claim that is true in all of reality, but is subjective. So I can say, I think, therefore,
Okay. So he's asking about a prior claim about universal knowledge. He's saying, oh, I don't have to. It's subjective. So his answer is he's not saying anything. He's saying, I don't have universal knowledge, but he's trying to say he doesn't have to. So you make a universal claim, you get called on it, and then his strategy is to say, well, I don't have to have universal knowledge. I can just subjectively make claims arbitrarily and hope that you buy them, hope that they get by. You see how quick he is to answer?
Claims about logic of universal reality. How do you, Tom, justify making universal truth claims about logic or reality?
because you don't need to make universal claims about everything in reality to have a claim that is true in all of reality, but is subjective. So I can say, I think, therefore I am. That is a claim only about me. Now, it doesn't claim anything about the rest of the universe, but if it's true about me, then that tells me something that's true in the entirety of the universe. So if I exist in all of reality. And so now I know a fact about all of reality.
In saying that, we've already addressed the cogito.
That didn't answer the question. It did not answer the question. He just went back to the cogito, which again has unanswered presuppositions. It's very good that Joel is staying calm with this guy, because I'm thinking that part of this kid's strategy is to get you frustrated in the way he's filibustering and giving you non-answers to fill in the blank. But if you can stick to your fundamental questions and just ask them in different ways from different angles, you can reveal how ridiculous this kid is. And I think Joel came here fairly prepared for that, because there's been times when he's like, okay, let's just move on. That's it speaks for itself, because that's what's happening here. When you can read the language and the game that's being played here, it does speak for itself. So it's a great presentation here by Joel thus far.
I know you like to go back to it. In saying you don't need to do that, what kind of claim is that?
I don't understand the question. I do.
Yeah, that's great, because you get that a lot too. Like, I don't need to do that. I don't need to ground logic. What do you mean you don't need to? Because when you're asking a question about necessity, the unbeliever doesn't really have an understanding of necessity. The argument is about the necessary preconditions of reality. It's a transcendental argument. He also either doesn't understand that or is trying to dismiss that. So when he's brought in necessity, I don't need to do that. You simply ask, what does it mean to need to do something, which you just asked? And he's like, I don't understand the question. Wow.
I didn't say I didn't need to do that. I just did do that.
You said you don't need to do X. You don't need to do X. You said that a second ago.
For which claim?
When I was asking you about justifying universal truth claims, you said I don't need to make universal truth claims.
Right. So now he's just said I didn't say that. He had to bring him back. He was hoping, I guess, that Joel didn't remember, or he misspoke, or he's just not even paying attention to what he's saying himself.
When you describe all of reality,
what I said was I don't need to make a claim that is knowledge of everything in the universe to know something that's true about everything, like universally. So if I say I exist, that's true.
That's okay. Let's go with that then. Let's go with that.
Okay.
What percentage of all possible knowledge do you possess?
0 point something.
Yeah, like negligible, correct? Is it not at least a little probable, or we might even say very probable, that there is a fact out there that, let's say, is it possible that there is a fact that contradicts everything you think you know?
No.
Why?
Because there is no fact that can make the fact that I believe I exist wrong.
There's no fact that can make the fact that I believe I exist wrong. Well, let's say we grant him that. He hasn't explained what he presupposes as the I, right? That he's claiming existed. So he has an unanswered question in the presupposition of the thing that he's saying can't be disproven. So even if you grant, okay, maybe that fact doesn't exist, let's go with that, you still have an unidentified or an unreasoned or acknowledged, rather, presupposition that you're using to say that nothing can dispute this. So when you go prior to the information he's trying to bring forward, you show that there's a dispute there. The fact that he's claiming something after the fact becomes negligible. But he can't do this, or he won't do this, as we're seeing displayed in this very debate.
That is an appeal to what? The cogito again?
Well, the cogito is an example of that. There's no fact in the universe that can make me not exist, because I exist.
When you say there's no
fact,
when you say there's a fact in the universe, is that a claim about the entire universe?
It's a claim about me. So again,
No, it is a claim about the entire universe. He's going back into universals again. He said Joel set a nice little trap to get him to make a universal claim, and he did it again. And he's just going to say, "Oh, it's just my subjective opinion." That's all he really has. He's brought to the table his subjective opinions and this idea of this brain popping into a world that has logical bubbles and pockets of illogical reality within this world that he's created. This is so ridiculous.
I can make a subjective claim only based off my experience that applies to all claims in the universe, even though I don't know everything about the universe.
Yeah, I can do that. Yes, you can do that. You can make a subjective claim about the whole universe. How is it relevant? How is it coherent? How is it intelligible? Are you making sense? This is what's being asked. He's not asking if you can say things and make claims and assertions. He realizes you're doing that. He's asking you for justification, for accountability for the claims you're making. You're just not getting it.
Are you the universe?
That'll be the last question.
Okay, the reason I'm pressing that point, I think it's a silly question, but it sounded like you said there is no fact in the universe is just a claim about TJUMP, and that makes that okay. So then you are the universe. Well,
No,
I'm done. I'm done asking questions at that point. So
Sure,
I think
sure.
the point has been illustrated. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Your time will begin, Tom, as soon as you start talking.
Sure. So what is the, let's go with naturalism. So naturalism states all there is matter and energy. There's no God. What is the logical contradiction in naturalism explaining the intelligibility of the universe?
What? Rephrase the question, please. Repeat it.
What is the logical contradiction in naturalism justifying the intelligibility of the universe?
Because the intelligibility of the universe cannot, the preconditions for intelligibility cannot be boiled down to naturalistic explanations.
I didn't say any of that. So again, logical contradiction is premise, contradict.
Because logic is not explainable by naturalism. So to say naturalism explains something that is not explained by naturalism is a logical contradiction.
That's just an assertion. It seems arbitrary.
That's just an assertion. It seems arbitrary because he can't. Was he not ready for that to be response? You're going to try to take a naturalistic world and then explain the laws of logic. Where do they exist in space and time? What material are they? That's why he said earlier they're just descriptions. Descriptions of what? Of reality. So he's got a vicious circularity when he's trying to explain the laws of logic, which he also said may or may not be true. This is complete nonsense if you're following what this kid is doing, which Joel is doing a good job of, by the way. He answered his question about naturalism.
That is, I literally just explained. Naturalism is not
This contradict.
because logic is not explainable by naturalism. So to say naturalism explains something that is not explained by naturalism is a logical contradiction.
That's just an assertion. It seems arbitrary.
That is, I literally just explained to you how to say naturalism explains something naturalism doesn't explain is a contradiction. That's A equals not A. I believe in logic. I believe logic is
No,
uniform.
that's you've made an
believe in contradiction.
assertion that naturalism can't explain logic.
That's an assertion. Well, I didn't just make an assertion. I made a whole argument about that. That was the first 10
No,
minutes.
all of those things are assertions. Like, how do you demonstrate that the assertions that come from your imagination that you've made up correspond to reality? Because science
Well,
thinks
is this a
naturalism works
question?
just fine. Yes.
Is this a question?
Yes, that was
First
the
of all,
question.
science doesn't think anything. Science is
Science
law.
thinks
Yeah,
the assertions
science
that come
think-
from your imagination.
He said science thinks naturalism works just fine. He's saying science has a philosophy? Really? Science relies on philosophy. Science doesn't say naturalism works just fine. This is such nonsense.
Imagination that you've made up correspond to reality. Because science
Well,
thinks
is this a
naturalism works
question?
just fine. Yes.
Is this a question?
Yes, that was the
First of all,
question.
science doesn't think anything. Science is a way of coming to the truth using scientific
Science
methods.
refers to the scientific community and the experts in the field.
Then say
So
that.
yes,
Don't say science thinks.
I can say science. It's very well understood uses of the word. So
I-
the question was,
you're gonna have to be a little
how
more-
is the entire scientific and philosophical community, which make it up of mostly naturalists, not ground logic when every single one of them says, yes, it's pretty easy.
See, he doesn't want to talk about his own worldview. He wants to talk about these people that, well, who knows who they are, just the entire scientific community. And then he brought in the philosophic community because he realizes that Joel's not going to let him say that science has a philosophy or gives us philosophy. So at least he caught himself doing that. So he's trying to get Joel to argue against his imagined team of philosophers and scientists who agree about something, right? And Joel wants to talk about his worldview, but Joel's in question now. Let's see if he calls him on that.
It's called nominalism. Logic
this a
is
question?
descriptive. Yes. I just
What's the
answered
question? The question is
How
how are they wrong, or why?
yes,
Why do
where
I
is the
disagree with-
contradiction in the entire academic community who believes that you can ground logic in nominalism?
If so, where is their contradiction? Because they're trying to
Yes.
ground immaterial laws of logic in materiality.
What is the logical
Right. Right. So he's arguing from somebody else's worldview. I'm surprised Joel hasn't pointed that out, but he's got the question answered. Naturalism is going to presuppose an immaterial law that's going to be a contradiction. It doesn't work.
contradiction in nominalism?
Material is not immaterial.
What is the logical contradiction in nominalism?
See, when you ask what the logical contradiction in nominalism is, it's a cleverly framed question, because the description of nominalism itself doesn't necessarily have a contradiction in it. But what happens when nominalists use what they call the particulars, the description of things, is they don't realize they're assuming the universals in their philosophy, and that's going to be the contradictions. The assumption of universals in nominalism itself. So it's a tricky question, but I don't know if Joel's able to answer that or point that out.
Define nominalism.
Nominalism is the position that there are no like universal truths, like the very first sentence of the Stanford Encyclopedia. Philosophy is logic, is a formal language that describes things. So how is that a logical contradiction?
Yeah, because the laws of logic are universal claims about all of reality that use language.
That's your assertion. That's not an internal critique. So
that,
like again,
that is the argument. In a worldview, if you wanted to do
apologies, got to interrupt here. So
he's getting tripped up here because he needs to go back to Tom's worldview, not the academics, not the Stanford definition, and say, in your worldview, if you're claiming to be a nominalist, saying you're a nominalist and asking me the contradictions in nominalism isn't so much the point that I'm going to have to point out, or Joel needs to point out that Tom is assuming universals in his position while claiming his position is nominalist, which denies universals. So that's the task he would have to engage in order to point this out, which of course Tom Jumparound's not going to accept and try to move around, but the listener can gather that if it's properly executed.
Again, when you are critiquing a worldview, like if you're saying that there's a contradiction in a worldview, you need to do an internal critique of the worldview and show.
You're repeating back to me what I just told you about.
Yeah, that's true. Tom Jump is telling him what he's been trying to tell him the whole time. That's wow. This kid is just, there's no shame in this one. Wow. That's funny.
Got to interrupt here. So again, when you are critiquing a worldview, like if you're saying that there's a contradiction in a worldview, you need to do an internal critique of the worldview and show.
You're repeating back to me what I just told you about 5 minutes ago. So I'm
yes, that's correct. So wait, stop. So if you, I presented a worldview. Wait. Yes, I'm trying to get there. Okay, I presented a worldview. You need to then use an internal critique of this worldview to show what the contradictions are in this.
Okay. So then what is the claim? The claim is scientists believe. The claim is scientists believe this. Why are they wrong? Correct?
No, the claim is what is the logical contradiction in nominalism?
Nominalism asserts that all categories. Nominalism essentially denies oneness. It solves the problem of the.
There is no oneness in the word nominalism. Nominalism doesn't have oneness.
Nominalism
says
that's
that not a logical contradiction.
Are essentially they're the names we give to things. That are essentially conceptual, but they're not actual.
Again, this is not. Where's the contradiction there? What's the contradiction there?
Okay. Hold your horses, man. The laws of logic are extant in every possible world.
That's your worldview. You're not doing an internal critique.
Okay.
What's the logical contradiction?
No, wait a minute. If they aren't extant in the naturalistic world, then they are.
So he's going for the angle that if you can't account for the laws of logic themselves in the naturalistic framework, in nominalism, then there's your contradiction. They can't exist. They don't exist.
That literally made no sense.
That's correct. It doesn't make any sense because it's not.
Your worldview does not make sense. I agree. Your worldview doesn't make sense.
Internal.
But if I'm asking for a logical contradiction in my worldview, you have to do an internal critique. What premise contradicts the other premise?
He's trying to railroad him. He just nominalism is just, in my worldview, he's just trying to railroad him, and Joel is slowing him down and saying, "Look, I'm trying to answer you." And whether or not Tom Jump is receiving his answer, I don't know, but he's pointing out to you, Mr. Jump, that you're giving him a worldview where they can't exist and can't be accounted for. That is itself the contradiction.
A world where logic was not real would be an incoherent world.
No.
And the faces and the head movements by this guy, is trying to appeal to emotion on some level, like to the listener. Like he keeps making this face and these quick head movements like, this guy, I don't understand. I just don't understand. This is nonsense, right? These little subtleties there that display not only his argument style, but you can see it in physical form. The way he moves and talks and expresses himself is very similar to the way he engages verbally and the actual content or lack of content which he's bringing forward.
Logic can describe things just fine.
If in a world where logic is not real, that world itself is incoherent. If laws of logic are merely
wrong. So objects, let me.
No, that's not wrong. You just don't want that to be the answer because it answers your question. It devastates your question and the point you're trying to make. It's not wrong.
A world where logic was not real would be an incoherent world. Internal.
Look at his faces while he's saying this.
I'm asking for a logical contradiction in my worldview. You have to do an internal critique. What premise
that is the
contradicts the other premise?
A world where logic was not real would be an incoherent world. That is the internal
other premise.
A world where logic was not real would be an incoherent world.
What is he spurging out or something? What is that? What is he doing there? I mean, I know this is not on point with the content, which the content's already been explained. The question's been answered. So, like I was saying earlier, this becomes a game of pointing out your interlocutor's logical fallacies, the strategies that they're using to engage in, which are away from the content and the actual substance of the conversation itself. You know, I've replayed this 3 times now. Just watch his face right here while he's answering.
That is the other premise. A world where logic was not real would be an incoherent world.
No, logic can describe things just fine.
If in a world where logic is not real, that world itself is incoherent. If laws of logic are merely
wrong. So objects, let me try to address that. Objects can exist without being governed by some laws.
You're supposed to be asking questions, Tom. Do you have a question?
Yes, so you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, it's asked and answered. So he's spazzing out. Trying to say, oh no, you didn't do it, you didn't do it, you didn't do it, you didn't answer. Yes, he did. You're reducing logic to a description. You're rejecting universals. So logic doesn't exist in that world. It's incoherent. So that's the answer, but you're not accepting it.
Question, because you don't understand enough about the field to be able to.
That's an ad hominem. What is your question?
Again, what is the logical contradiction in nominalism? You did not provide.
I'm explaining what it is.
And what nominalism is. That's all you said. So I'm trying to help you get to the point you understand it well enough to be able to question.
Okay, so I'm going to pretend like you asked a question. I'm going to answer it.
You did.
A world where the laws of logic are merely conventions would be a world where the laws of logic are actually false. Because they are.
He already said they were false or potentially false or not reliable, right? He said he confirmed this earlier. He conceded that earlier.
And like you asked a question, I'm going to answer it.
You did.
A world where the laws of logic are merely conventions would be a world where the laws of logic are actually false. Because they are not correspondent to reality.
What does the word true and
laws
false
of logic that are merely conventional?
What does the word true and false mean? What does the word true and false mean?
What does what mean?
The word true and false. What do the word true and false mean?
Corresponding or not corresponding to the mind of God.
Right. So if laws of logic describe.
He said corresponding to the mind of God, and he said right because he's not listening.
What does the word true and false mean? What does the word true and false mean?
What does what mean?
The word true and false. What do the word true and false mean?
Corresponding or not corresponding to the mind of God.
Right. So if laws of logic describe reality, they can describe reality without existing. Like I can say the sky is blue. English doesn't exist. We made it up. Does the word English is blue describe reality? Yes. So when you say logic has to be false.
So if logic doesn't, no, in a world where logic does not obtain, where logic is not real, then
does the word blue exist?
Then that world is an illogical world by definition.
No, again, that's wrong. Does the word blue exist?
This is getting to be difficult because the conversation's sort of getting frazzled here. But Tom seems to be answering questions that he's not listening to. He's saying it's a logical world, and he's saying a world without logic is illogical by definition. He's saying no.
A world where logic does not obtain, where logic is not real, then
does the word blue exist?
And that world is an illogical world by
No,
definition.
again, that's wrong. Does the word
Why is that wrong? You know, because he's stuck on asking about the word blue now.
blue exist?
In a world
Does the word
where
blue
the
exist?
laws
I'm taking my time. But does the word blue exist? We made it up. It's arbitrary. We made it up, right? We made up the word blue. That's
So I think I'm done with this. I've gotten through about a little more than halfway. Well, we just went through the cross-examine, but Joel has done a great job here, and he's sticking to his point and not being derailed. Right? That's why he keeps going back to his point. And TJUMP wants to jump around because that's what he does. But this was a great display by Joel. Thus far, he basically just asked the right questions to get TJUMP to dismantle himself. But you have to be able to see this and absorb this, because if you're just trying to follow like the confidence or the way someone speaks, Tom Jump is good at making it sound like he knows what he's talking about, but he's not prepared to answer questions about accountability, about justification of the things that are prior to what he's assuming. He's failed on understanding the presuppositions entailed in the cogito from the get-go. And it just went all downhill from there. And that's basically what the idea is if you can catch your interlocutor failing to address epistemic justification and accountability for the things they claim they know or that they want to bring into the conversation, you've basically got them from the get-go. So Joel's done a great job of just basically staying in that framework and remaining calm. And at different points, he's like, well, I'm just going to move on. I think that, your answer was a good enough display as it was. And I would agree with him when he does that, because people will just answer and keep moving forward, keep assuming and granting themselves as long as you let them. So I'm going to stop there. And, the room's open. If anyone wants to come in, and if you want to critique something, you can. If you want to have a discussion, a couple of people come in, but that's basically all I'm going to do for talking for now. So thanks for whoever's out there, and I will just play some music. God bless.
Hello. God bless you guys. Yeah, honey, turn that off. Yeah, pardon me for talking to the wife. We got our air conditioner on and it's a little bit cold in here right now. Bless her heart. So yeah, we need to turn that thing off. God bless you guys. I've got something interesting here. I found an atheist channel, Breakfast Tacos, and he claims to have open debates, and you're going to see pretty soon here that he doesn't really have open debates. He doesn't really allow them. But I had an interesting time there, and I think I saw just about everything possible a man could use to try to put his own debate turn it into a dumpster fire to save his butt from looking bad in the debate. You know, I'm an honest guy. And if I lose a debate, I'm not afraid or ashamed to mention that I lost that debate. If I'm proven wrong on something, I praise God that I'm finding out the truth, that I was proven wrong on something. But this guy had no such integrity, I'm afraid. So I'd like to put an open challenge out there if he sees this, if he ever does. I would love to debate him on any third-party channel and in a moderated debate where if his only argument is I'm ugly and stupid and deluded, he has to keep it to science rather than try to turn it into a dumpster fire. But I can honestly say I never bet. I never took the bait. And that just frustrated him even more. So I'm good with that. Oh, yeah. Here you go. So I'm going to be playing, I guess, the first part of this. I'm not even going to bother with the first part because I'm over-talked so much here and insulted so much that he's not even allowing me to make a point. So I'm just going to skip this whole first part of this for you so we can take you to the more of the crux of the matter. So bear with me just a moment, please. I'll get a setup for that. And I will say, too,
skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just.
Howdy was at this atheist website that night. Our friend Howdy. You guys remember Howdy? He was there that night. And guess whose team he seemed to be on? He seemed to be on the atheist team. Kind of stroking the atheist there. I thought that was very ironic. But I said hello to him while I was there.
Just about any car, just about
Bear
anywhere.
with me just a moment.
What if your eyes could regenerate themselves?
Since
I hate these ads.
the late 2000s, the AREDS 2 eye vitamin has been
Okay. So this is going to be in the middle of the debate. And I'll tell you what the debate was. As you can see, this title says open debate. So I came in and my debate was going to deal with evolution. It was going to deal with, I had heard them say that all fossils are transitional fossils and that we all had common ancestors. And I'm challenging those 2 points. What I'm challenging is this. You make the comment that all fossils are transitional. You look at the morphology of the Archaeopteryx and the morphology of theropod dinosaurs, and you simply declare they are related. And there's no way to test that because you don't have the DNA of the Archaeopteryx or the theropod dinosaur to test them to see if, in fact, they are related. So there you go. You don't have that. It's an untestable hypothesis. And the falsification process is the only thing we have that separates science from science fiction. It's the only thing we have that separates science from imagination. So if you don't have a way to test your hypothesis, it's no better than pure imagination, because that's all it is. And that was my point to these guys. You don't have any transitional fossils that have been tested and proven. Like the theropod dinosaur and Archaeopteryx. You look at the bones, and that's all you do. You look at them and you declare they are related without testing them further. And that is not science, guys. Our imagination does not qualify as science. You have to test it. Now, they'll look for all kinds of ways to get out of testing it, but all that is special pleading. They don't want to have to test their pet theories because they're so invested in them. Most of these people are completely invested in them. So, no, they make all kinds of excuses why they will not test their pet theory. But that doesn't turn it into science. It turns it into delusion, hypocrisy, a lie. So there's no way to put these things to the test. They claim we have common ancestors, and yet they can't point to that common ancestor, nor can they test its DNA because they don't have it in order to prove they are a common ancestor.
Supported by a preponderance of evidence.
Look at you, just saying yes,
supported
it
by a
happens.
preponderance of evidence.
Look at
And then
you,
you're refusing to explain the evidence.
He's saying that evolution is proven by a preponderance of evidence, and yet he doesn't have any tested, credible evidence to put on the table. None whatsoever. I'm going to take it back just a little bit. For a suspicion that I brought up Pilton Man sometime back. No, I didn't.
It might have been somebody else. I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
I thought
okay.
it was you. My bad.
No problem. But okay, let me just address one more time that to tell you don't have any credible tested evidence to throw on the table to back your hypotheses on evolution. I don't need another explanation to tell you that. It's up to you to develop your hypothesis and test it in the first place.
Well, evolution has an overwhelming amount of evidence supporting it, or I guess it's explaining an overwhelming amount of evidence, right? And
that's
so
what you say. But
even if
anything
evolution
tested.
gets falsified, the point I've been trying to make to you is that even if evolution gets falsified, there is still a preponderance of evidence that would have to be explained. And so that's why I'm saying I want to know what your alternative explanation of that data is. And you're just saying, I dismiss all the data. Nobody cares if you dismiss all the data. The data exists. It is verified by all the sciences. I'm asking you, what is your alternative explanation of that data? And
listen to what you just said, though. You said that there is a preponderance of evidence, even if evolution is falsified. That's a contradictory statement.
No, it's not.
If you don't have any evidence at all, that you can throw on the table that has been tested and verified and repeatable, then you don't have any evidence to throw on the table.
It's still a red herring. I just don't care about discussing evolution with you. You made a false dichotomy. I directly addressed your false dichotomy in multiple ways, and then you pivoted to evolution.
Want to try terzepatide?
So this is terzepatide, and it is the #1 weight loss.
And I've addressed your pivot to evolution.
You're calling falsifiability of your theory a red herring.
Can I ask Eric a question?
He's saying that it's a red herring to insist that he apply scientific method to his theory, to his pet theory that he has transitional fossils. He's calling that a red herring to prove, when I'm proving that he hasn't tested a single one of these alleged transitional fossils that has been verified. Now, we have tested a few and found out they were wrong. For instance, we know the dire wolf is not the direct ancestor of the wolves. We know that now. So you can't look at any of these things, the Archaeopteryx and theropod dinosaur, look at their morphology and just claim they are related. That's not how science works. You have to put it to the test. And he's calling me and asking for these tests a red herring. Amazing how hypocritical the atheists can be.
Question that
You're
might
calling the fact
to do with the natural formation of the universe.
Now, we'll come back to the universe, but I just want to point out that you're pointing out what you're stating is that it's a red herring to point out the fact that you don't have anything that's tested to throw on the table. Like, for instance, transitional fossils.
It's literally just not worth the time to discuss evolution with you because you're delusional about science.
I'm delusional for asking you for your tested evidence. When you ask me for tested evidence,
evolution is the most supported theory in science. It has a preponderance of evidence.
Evolution is, in fact, the biggest bunch of BS you will ever account in science. It is you will never account a larger fraud, because these guys are claiming they have tested evidence when they in fact do not. They claim that Neanderthal is a transitional species, when in fact, if you go by the definition of species, which is 300 years old, over 100 years older than evolution itself, the theory of evolution, the definition of species is simply like organisms that are capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. Well, when we look at Neanderthal and Homo sapien, we know because we've sequenced the DNA. We have interbred and produced fertile offspring, and they still have us misclassified as two different species. And this gives the impression of evolution where there is no evolution, and they refuse to correct it, because they got dogs in this fight, and these dogs must deny God. What is that testable evidence?
And if you prove somehow that the
when you ask me for tested evidence,
evolution is the most supported theory in science, it has a preponderance of evidence.
What is that testable evidence?
And if you prove somehow that the explanation of that data is an incorrect explanation of the data that explanation was explaining still exists, and you still need to explain the data. The data would have to have an explanation to replace the theory of evolution, because
I'm still waiting on you to give me
the scientific method would address this is if you falsified it, you would probably end up providing a better explanation of the data, not necessarily a competing hypothesis. You may find a better way to explain evolution.
I'm still waiting on you.
It is a delusion when you say that evolution doesn't have data.
I didn't say it doesn't have data. I said you don't have any tested evidence that you can put on the table. None.
All right, and there is a super chat, and I'm sorry, the super chat tracker isn't tracking. I said it only goes up to 3 hours. But Brilliant asks, and because of capitalism, you have to answer this. Eric, provide an alternative, equally predictive methodology to support the diversity of life on Earth without begging the question.
Creation. And you know,
that was begging the question.
I have just as much tested evidence as you do.
That was begging the question. Try again.
I have just as much tested evidence as you do to put on the table. Just as much.
So what's the predictive methodology of creation?
Well, when you show me the DNA test that says the Archaeopteryx is related to the theropod dinosaur, the DNA test.
You're just shifting the burden of proof. This is a
no. I'm
Eric.
just saying you have as much tested evidence as I. He's actually shifting the burden of proof because I'm the one that brought this debate, and he's trying to get out from underneath it. But that's okay. That's what he has to do, isn't it? I do. So let's not be hypocritical. And by the way, biogenesis, creation and biogenesis. is the exact opposite of the atheist claim. And biogenesis is an actual science that observes that everything brings forth after its own kind, and that every life has come forth from a previous life. It takes life to bring forth life. Therefore, there had to be a God. So, yeah, biogenesis is the exact opposite of their claim. And biogenesis is proven right billions of trillions of times every single day. When you include the number of times just bacteria alone multiplies 4 times 10 to the 30th power in a single day. In a single day. That, how many times is that tested? 4 times 10 to the 30th power. That's how many times bacteria alone multiplies in a single day. Mankind alone has over 300 million cells inside us that are replaced every single day. Living cells. And each one of these living cells is a proof that they bring forth after their own kind, and that it took a previous life to bring them forth. Mankind, over 300, over what? 3 billion, or how many? 8 billion of us in the world today? Every single one of us, proof. 375,000 humans born every day, prove that we bring forth after our own kind. And it takes a previous life to bring forth life. And then how many animals in this world that give live birth in a single day prove biogenesis is correct? And then how many egg layers, whether it's fish or chickens or spiders or cockroaches, how many billions of trillions of eggs every single day are hatched? Each one proving it takes a life to bring forth a life, and everything brings forth after its own kind. So no matter how you look at it, there's billions of trillions of tests every single day that prove biogenesis is right. And the atheist claim of abiogenesis, life forming from nothing, randomly, no previous life before it, it just randomly forms. They don't have a single one you can point to and say, see, it happens. And yet biogenesis that says we bring forth after our own kind, which is exactly what God stated. There is no evolution. And it takes a previous life to bring forth a life. There is no evolving of a single cell. And then evolving into every life that you see before you today, plant and animal alike. They have nothing to put on the table at all as a success. Whereas our theory is tested over billions of trillions of times every single day. Amazing.
This is a question from a viewer that they paid money because of capitalism to ask you this question.
And that was my
because
answer.
of capitalism, you have to answer the question. So
I
they're
certainly
asking
did.
The moments that last forever go beyond what we see on the court.
You are the finals MVP.
An alternative.
And hello, Sherry Hatfield. God bless you, dear sister.
Predictive methodology to support the diversity of life on Earth without begging the question. You said creation. So what is that predictive methodology?
Creation. Look,
So
if God created, then we do have. Let's look at, can we test the claims of the Bible? Okay. The scripture says that God created everything after its own kind. In other words, dogs bring forth dogs, elephants bring forth elephants, human beings bring forth human beings. Okay, now if that's true, that's all we are going to observe in real life, in the laboratory, in present time, and that's the way it happened all the way down through history.
So the
Now,
Bible, the Bible
I just
says-
had a
see,
revelation.
What we do see,
about how theist brains work.
if I could finish just a moment here, guys, I'm almost done.
Eric,
I promise you. I promise
you
you,
have
I'm almost done.
elucidated the truth.
You see, he doesn't want me to even finish my point. So there is no open debate on this channel, guys. I had to fight for every word. I promise you, I'm almost done. If you look down through the fossil record, I can show you fossils of the giant beaver and then the small beaver. You've got the giant duck-billed platypus and the small modern-day duck-billed platypus. Yes, every life form that we have today, we can find in the fossil record. And it shows that no such evolution. It shows that they've always brought forth after their own kind, whether it's spiders or snakes, alligators and crocodiles, elephants, it doesn't matter. Platypus. You've got these huge spiders, you've got the small spiders, you've got the huge titan. That's the only difference. They were larger in a land that was filled with more oxygen back then. Oxygen makes you grow larger. In a boa snake, you've got the small snakes, modern day. So you've got the giant gorilla, you've got the smaller gorilla today.
There's a giant gorilla?
Yeah. So what you got, guys, is the very same thing, except you've got the giant dragonflies back then, you've got the smaller dragonflies today. You've got the giant flies back then, the smaller flies today. You've got the very same thing all the way down the line without any. We've got alligators, crocodiles that are ancient, fossilized. And you've got the crocodile today with no signs
you
of
believe in the
evolution.
fossil record, generally?
What's that?
You generally believe in the fossil record?
That was where I was going to go. So do you think that if you dig down deep?
Geez, I just went through all these fossils that we have of all these living creatures that we see today. We see them in the past, only larger. And they ask me something ridiculous like, well, do you believe in the fossil record? Absolutely ridiculous. Anything to shut off the points, right? But that's what they've got to do.
Deeper into the earth, you're going to find is there a predictive methodology for this? Like where you'd be able to predict that you would find a giant beaver at this many years worth of deepness in the soil, or however they do that?
Well, I believe that your idea of the geologic column is an interesting idea, but I don't believe it holds water.
So what is the predictive methodology then?
Well, look, what you're effectively doing is taking the case that I'm making, and you're trying to dissuade it into other questions that we're not even discussing.
It's what I'm discussing. Answer the question.
The case that I was making here, I thought this was an open debate. You see,
doesn't mean you
the debate that I'm opening.
Eric, that doesn't mean you engage on a topic and then change a topic every time you're getting hammered.
Well, I wasn't getting hammered. I was using biology as an example.
What is the predictive methodology? That was the question at hand. That's a capitalist way.
Our original discussion, I've already explained that. And our original discussion
capitalist way, Eric.
I've already answered that. How many times do you want me to answer?
They asked for a predictive methodology, and you have failed to provide a predictive methodology.
Well, according to you, and I disagree. Okay, so there you go.
What are the predictions it makes?
Oh, we can predict that it's going to. You're going to be able to explain this in real life in science. Now, what we don't see.
So you're appealing to mystery?
No.
I guess that's not special pleading.
I said you can't point to anything evolving into another animal group. Yeah, but you can go back and look at everything produced after its own kind. And this is what I explained to him already. The Bible is predictive. We're going to find alligators and crocodiles and elephants and beavers and butterflies and dragonflies and all of these things in past ages in the fossil record if God created everything to bring forth after its own kind. And we certainly do find all these things. And we also find that 90% of all the species that ever lived have died. They didn't morph into something else. They simply died. For instance, your claim is that fish, for instance, gave way to what? Amphibians, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fish,
amphibians gave way to reptiles. Reptiles gave way to
dinosaurs,
mammals. Yeah, you just don't see this happening in nature. And you can't point to it happening
You
today.
literally do, which is the point, which is why I
You literally
don't
do
care
not.
about talking about
Then
evolution.
give me
with
an
you,
example of something
because
that
you're
you see.
arriving at your conclusions via fallacious reasoning.
Okay, if
and then
you
you're
see
saying
something
the
evolving into another
side that's supported by a preponderance of evidence.
Look
is
at
it
you,
purported-
just
or is
saying
it
yes,
supported
it
by a
happens.
preponderance of evidence.
Look, he's saying yes, we do see other animal groups being created today. And of course, that is ridiculous. We do not see other animal groups being evolving in front of our eyes. We just never see it. So yeah, this is insanity.
And then you're refusing to explain the evidence.
Look
and
at
then
you
with
just
your claims you're making, you're also failing to provide any predictive modeling.
Look at you just saying it happens without throwing any example at all on the table where it did.
What was the question?
I said, look at you just proclaiming it happened without giving us any example of where it did.
So, Eric, can I
I
ask
don't
you a
need to.
question?
It's the most supported theory in science.
Oh, so you don't need to test your pet theory in anything.
No, I don't
That's
need to
you,
talk to a
dude.
crazy person.
This is what he keeps going back to. Evolution is the most supported theory in science, even though I've pointed out, and he keeps proving, that he can't point out a single piece of tested, credible evidence. He can't point out a single transitional fossil where we've actually tested it, put it through the falsifiability process. You see, that's what scientific method is. You make your observation, you develop your hypothesis based on that observation. For instance, when they look at this creature called the Archaeopteryx, they look at its morphology, or they look at its shape, they look at its bones, and they declare that it has similarities with the theropod dinosaur, like the raptors and the T-Rex. Those are theropods. They look at it, they say it has similarities with the theropod dinosaur, therefore it's related. But you just can't make that claim and call that science, because it's not. You have to then test your claim, and that test has to be stringent enough. It has to have, thank you, sweetheart, it has to have the capacity to prove your hypothesis to be wrong. And there's only one way to test this hypothesis, that the theropod is related to the Archaeopteryx. And that would be a DNA test. That's the only possible test that has 100% of capacity to either prove it right or wrong. There you go. And since they don't have the DNA to test it, it becomes an unfalsifiable hypothesis. In other words, it's no better than science fiction because it's pure imagination. Untested, untestable imagination. That's all it is.
It's the most supported theory in science.
Oh, And he calls that the most supported theory in science. Let's check that out now. Proclaiming it happened without giving us any example of where it did.
So, Eric, can I ask
don't
you a
need to.
question?
It's the most supported theory in science.
Oh, so you don't need to test your pet theory in anything.
No, I don't
That's
need to
you,
talk to
dude.
a crazy person about a topic he doesn't understand.
Well, I
and
certainly understand
deal
it.
with absolute nonsense. I mean, you're not providing any predictive modeling. You're not providing a competitive hypothesis. You're not providing a better way to explain the data.
I don't need a competitive hypothesis to show that you don't have a thing that's been tested to throw on the table as what you call evidence.
Hey,
You,
Eric,
you
when new
claim all
islands,
the evidence, but you're not producing a thing.
when
Do
new
you accept
islands pop up,
microevolution, Eric?
That I'm talking about tested example of
Do you accept
actual.
microevolution, Eric?
I'm talking about a tested example. You're claiming,
Do
for
you
instance.
accept microevolution, Eric?
See, he doesn't want to answer the question. You see, guys, I point out over and over and over, where is your testable evidence? And he keeps wanting to deflect the debate. Do you believe in microevolution, Eric? Do you believe in microevolution, Eric? Do you believe in microevolution, Eric? He's not at all interested in an open debate. He's not at all interested in the honest debate. He's not at all interested in presenting his evidence, verifiable, tested. But he will surely demand of the Christian, let's bring your verifiable and repeatable evidence, tested evidence of God. Bring it or stay home. When he's asked for the same thing, he runs and hides and deflects. He insults and he tries to tear down, tries to turn it into a dumpster fire. You'll see that soon. So that he can avoid anything to avoid the embarrassment of being shown to be without any verifiable tested evidence whatsoever. Guys.
Do you accept microevolution, Eric?
He does. He wants to take us away from evolution and the universe.
Do you accept microevolution, Eric?
can I try a question here? Okay.
Sure.
So, Eric, like if a new island comes up, which happens all the time in the geologic record, and there's stuff unique to that island, does God intervene and do new creation, halfway through creation to make?
Now he's going to make all kinds of untrue claims through this. Listen for these claims.
New stuff on the island, or like how do new islands work that have unique species?
Give me an example.
I mean, just like the Galapagos Islands that Darwin found, right? Where they have, unique giant lizards, they have the unique giant tortoises, they have the unique finches. Like, are you saying that when those islands originally weren't above the water, or do you think those islands were just always there?
And what do you mean by unique finches?
So there's like these finches that are unique to, like, every island has its own type of finch that are nowhere else in the world, right?
That is completely false. You see, finches are finches. If they are finches, they are finches. Every finch, every bird, every living thing is adaptable. Every living thing out there has a limit to its adaptation. Look at dogs, for instance. Okay, we have giant dogs, we have tiny dogs. We have the Chihuahua, we have the Great Dane, we have gray wolves. And yet they're all capable of producing fertile offspring when they interbreed. So they are the same species. It doesn't matter that they look so differently. So to say all of these finches are absolutely unique to that is just ridiculous. They adapt according to their location, according to their lifestyle. So they are a little bit different from other finches everywhere else. But they're still finches, my friend. They haven't evolved into anything other than a finch. But let's go on.
Right. So in those finches,
You could just point to kiwi that would have required millions of years of evolution, or maybe not millions, but hundreds of thousands of years of evolution to get to that point, at least separated.
Now, what is the difference between these finches and any other finch in the world?
Very different beaks, very different bodies, very different everything. Yeah, wholly
Okay.
different species.
Now let's look at his observation. Very different beaks, very different bodies. Yeah, it's according to what they've had to adjust to or adapt to. Let's go on there. Listen to this. In his observation. Now, what is the difference between these finches and any other finch in the world?
Very different beaks, very different bodies, very different everything. Yeah, wholly
Okay.
different species.
Now let's look at his observations. In his observations, Darwin saw what?
So I mean, so was creation just at the first point in time,
Right,
or
right.
is it
That's
throughout
what
time
was-
intervenes and recreates new?
What did Darwin actually note about these finches?
Just about everything, right? Like if you look,
This guy hasn't got a clue as to what Darwin noted, evidently. Listen to him just beat around the bush over and over. He can't give me, I could tell him several of the things that Darwin noted right off the top of my head. Here he is, an atheist, and he's having a hard time with that.
if you look at the fossil record, there's a time beyond which no birds existed, right? So birds are new; they're not. You know, you can go back in
No,
time.
what I'm asking is, what exactly did Darwin note about the finches? Let's talk specifically.
That there's unique species that seem fit to this environment and only exist in this environment.
So you don't actually know what he actually noted about the finches.
Well, it's like the beaks are fitting for the certain food in front of them, right?
Okay. So what Darwin noted, you see, it's not all these conclusions. Darwin didn't teach all these conclusions. He noted some specific thing about their beak, and here it is.
Fitting for the certain food in front of them, right?
Okay. So what Darwin noticed is, we can talk finches and moths here.
No giant tortoise. What are the giant tortoises?
Are you going to let me speak? Can I answer you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So you have these finches, and during one season, you've got bugs that are easily grabbable off the barks of the trees. And then the weather changes, and some of those bugs die out, and the French has to go deeper into the bark in order to feed from these trees. And so, yes, their beaks adapt, and they grow a little bit bigger, a little bit longer, and they're able to peck down into that bark and grab their food. But then when the weather changes again, and there's more beaks that are easily available. That was a funny misspeaking. There's more bugs available on the surface of the bark, is what I meant to say. Both on the barks of the trees for a few years, on the surface of the bark. Then their beaks begin to revert back to the shorter beaks. That happens. Now, then you have moths.
So you're saying that
you might have one group of moths that that are darker, and in the same population you have groups of moths that are lighter in the same population of moth, same type of moth. Now, you may have a predator that comes and he starts concentrating on that particular portion of the island. Or, in fact, they may have increased their population. And so they see these light moths real easily on these dark trees. And the population of the light moth goes down, the population of the dark moth increases. That's normal. He called that evolution when it's just something that's going to happen naturally. It's not even that they're evolving. It's that the predators are eating the ones that are lighter and easy to be seen. So once those predators leave, however, or once whatever the case may be, that situation changes, then the lighter ones can make a bounce back, and that happens. And as far as the finches are concerned, it's been observed that those beaks grow back to their other length, to their shorter length, when they're able to pick the bugs off of the surface of the bark. So there you go, guys. Now,
So there's
what I
no
wanted to get back to,
filtration
though,
filtration.
what I wanted to get back to is this: when it comes to the universe, one of two things has to be true. Either everything evolved from that little pinprick that expanded, or there is a creator God. One of the two things have to be true. And if you want to throw that into an infinite regression, that doesn't change those two facts. So let's examine this. You're saying that life and consciousness, intelligence, abstractness, it all came from this little singularity. So I ask you, was there life inside that singularity? You're talking about a pinprick that's supposed to be held together with such super gravity that it was able to expand into everything you see. And yet you're going to claim there was life there and intelligence and
real fast
consciousness.
So,
No.
Eric, real fast, Professor Hizzle.
See, he doesn't want me to make this point either. And he has to try to interrupt it. So I'll make the point now for you guys so you understand where I was going with this. It's true that one of two things has to be true. Either there was always this thing that expanded, that existed into what we call the universe today, or God always existed. One of the two had to always exist, and one of the two had to create everything that does exist that we see today. Among the things that we see today are life, consciousness, imagination, abstract. These things, music, these things didn't create themselves. These things were created by one of the two. Now let's think about that for a moment. We look at biology and we can see that everything brings forth after its own kind, and that's all it can bring forth. A single-celled organism can only bring forth a single-celled organism. A dog can only bring forth a dog naturally. A human being can only bring forth a human being naturally. That's life. So if you have a dead universe, a dead singularity, how are you going to produce life if you don't possess life? How are you going to produce consciousness if you don't possess consciousness? You can't. It doesn't make sense. It isn't in the cards. But if you have a God, an intelligent, conscious, living God, that is the beginning of all things, that is there before all things, then and if he's all powerful and able to create, then he is able to create life. He is able to create consciousness. That's no problem for him. So, going by what we observe, we can observe that there had to be a God first before there was anything else. But he doesn't want me to make that point. Can you blame him if you're an atheist? I'll take it back just a little bit. And yet you're going to claim there was life there and intelligence and
real fast,
consciousness?
So,
No.
Eric, real fast, Professor Hizzle and also people, capitalism definitely helps with the headache. So feel free to ask more questions for Eric so I don't have.
Yeah, pardon me now. He's going to ask me a ridiculous question on music. And no, I'm not into these guys.
But Professor Hizzle asked you, Eric, do you enjoy Rammstein and or Guar?
Well, I do like a lot of music. I do. I like Nightwish, for instance, and I'm basically a classic rock kind of a guy myself. But that's
what about Rammstein or Guar?
Well, not really my cup of tea, man. I do like Nightwish a lot, and I do like Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, AC/DC a lot. That's my cup of tea.
Is Nightwish the one that played a song with Hasselhoff?
Hasselhoff? I don't think so. No.
Yeah, Hasselhoff did a banging metal song.
No. Nightwish. Look him up, guys.
It's Q-Stack. I'm sorry, it's a different band. His song was "Through the Night." I'm sorry, it was just throwing me off.
I recommend Phantom of the Opera by Nightwish. It's absolutely, it's metalized, guys, and it's really, really good. So you might like that.
You know Guar, so you get 5.
At carparts.com, quality is our standard. Our end-of-line testing ensures every part meets that standard. Plus, many
extra points, they said.
It's amazing that my comments on music were allowed more time than my comments on our debate. Well, thank you. I would suggest too, their lead singer is a female. Her name was Floor Jansen or something like that. She's Norwegian or something. And man, is she awesome. You can find them on YouTube though. I recommend giving them a listen. So they put together the most spectacular shows. It's more like a production. It really is a production. But getting back to my argument. Yeah, you're exactly right, JG and Sherry. Microevolution is the only thing that they have. And they point out microevolution, and they extrapolate it into macroevolution and say that it's all we observe, when we don't observe any of that at all. We're not macro. We don't observe any new family groups coming about. Any new animal groups, we don't observe them coming about. We do observe that things can sometimes change. We do observe that sometimes populations of a species will die out. But we never observe that evolving into another animal. We have evidence of, for instance, some crawdads. Some populations of crawdads have devolved to the point that where they can't reproduce with their parent population. They can only reproduce among themselves. And this is evidence that they will die out. Not that they're going to evolve into another type of a creature, but they're going to die out. Among human beings, we have people that, what is it in the genome? The blood factor. You have positive and negative. People that are O negative or A negative, people that are negs, they many of them can't reproduce fertile offspring with people of the positive branch, positive blood types. They just can't. So it looks like, if they get to the point to where they can't repopulate, produce fertile offspring with the rest of the population, are they going to say they're not human beings? Or are they a species of human beings that's about to die out? The Neanderthals are misclassified as cousins. How do we know this? Because they're not cousins. According to the definition of the word species, we are the same species. What is that? The 300-year-old definition for species is older than evolution by far, and it states that it's just a common life form that's able to reproduce fertile offspring. And we know that we have reproduced fertile offspring with Neanderthals. Therefore, they were just another type of human being. Just like the Zulus have a different bone structure from the Pygmies, and they have a different bone structure from the Italians. Any type of mankind could die out, and it's the same thing happening that happened with the Neanderthal. They were just another type of human being. Just like we have many different types of human being amongst us today. And they died out. Anybody could, you could make something that would target Italians or Caucasians or blacks or Asians and only wipe them out. This could be done today. No different whatsoever than what happened to the Neanderthal. You're right, that's pseudoscience, Sherry. Argument, you're suggesting that all life and consciousness and etc. came from this inanimate singularity.
Yeah,
And
that was the point of the watchmaker analogy.
yeah, well, let's think about this for a moment. How is the singularity that doesn't possess life, how is it going to produce life? How is it going to, it's not conscious. So how's it going to produce consciousness?
Through thermodynamics.
Through thermodynamics. Well, let's see thermodynamics produce consciousness and life. Let's see. You see how flippantly he does that? Oh, easy, thermodynamics. Yeah, it's easy to throw out a word out there. I can say molecule, haphazard, zone. You can throw out any word, but it's not attested claim. He can say thermodynamics all he likes, but he's not got an instance where thermodynamics has ever brought forth life or consciousness. Take it back just a little bit. How is the singularity that doesn't possess life, how is it going to produce life? How is it going to, it's not conscious. So how's it going to produce consciousness?
Through thermodynamics.
Through thermodynamics. Well, let's see thermodynamics produce consciousness and life. Let's see it.
We did.
No, you didn't. You've never observed that. Okay, you
can literally make a baby, Eric. Do you have a child?
Hold on, though. My point is,
do you have any children, Eric? You can literally make a baby.
Look at what you do, though. What you do is not scientific at all, Taco. What you do is make the proclamation and call it true without any testing at all, without any verification whatsoever. You're calling your opinion.
Every single bit of evidence we have for the mind suggests that it's entirely physical, Eric. If a spike gets driven through,
well, that's not true either. Roger Penrose, Sir Roger Penrose, if you're going to be honest, call him by his title, one of the greatest scientists in the world today, doesn't believe that the human consciousness is centered in the brain. And the establishment of scientists that surround him at the Royal Institute are flabbergasted when he makes this comment. And yet there's many other doctors and scientists that agree with him. If you're somebody that doesn't believe that the consciousness is centered in the brain, you can use the analogy of a computer to understand this and to explain this. They say, well, if the human brain, we know that consciousness is centered in the brain, because if you destroy the human brain, you destroy the person. Well, that's true to a point, but it doesn't prove that point. If, for instance, the brain is simply like a hard drive, that allows the soul to communicate with the body. It allows the soul to control the body. The spirit, if it allows the spirit and the soul to control the body, then the brain is just like a hard drive. And you can take a hard drive, my friend, and you can break it. So if you break the hard drive, then the computer is not going to be able to access the information that's on that hard drive. And yet that information is still there. You didn't destroy the information. You only destroyed the computer's ability to access the information. In the same way, if you destroy a brain, you may not be destroying the information at all that's in that brain. The information is in your soul, in your spirit. And your soul and spirit is using your brain to access your body, to help you carry through your day. That's
Right.
not true either.
Not
That's
not saying it will. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if that was to happen, it would alter the way that you, if saying, like, hypothetically, if
on your opinion,
every single bit of evidence we have for the mind suggests that it's entirely physical, Eric. If a spike gets driven through,
well,
your
that's
brain,
not true either.
not saying it will. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if that was to happen, it would alter the way that you, if you survived it, it would alter the way that your consciousness is.
Well, you know, the theory for that is that it could be the same way if you destroy a hard drive, it ruins the way it works with the computer, and yet that information is still there. It's the only thing that's interfered is that it can no longer access that information. The computer can no longer access the information, but the information is still there.
Do you have a car, and do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay?
In the same way, it could be that our brain is the hard drive to the hardware of our body, that and that information is being relayed through the spirit. So when we look at quantum theory, and we look at the double slit experiment,
You're just saying that I'm claiming stuff, and then it goes to spirit, which is just a claim.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
claims are
I
backed
agree.
by
I agree.
all of the evidence and the
My
experts in
claim,
the fields.
yeah.
I'm not just claiming random shit like you are.
Well, I'm not just claiming random stuff. I'm presenting the same thing that Penrose would present, the man that he respects. And not only that, it may be, I don't know if there's a way to test this or not, but he certainly has not fulfilled his requirement to show us a testable transitional fossil or a testable common ancestor. They look at the DNA of the human being and the DNA of the chimpanzee, and they propose a common ancestor. Yet they can't point to one, and they certainly don't have its DNA to prove that it's a common ancestor. They just make the claim and say it's so. And now he's saying that's what I'm doing. You see, he's projecting. That's exactly what he's doing. He is projecting what he does. His lack of scientific, stringent methodology and testability. The thing that he shrugs off and says that he's a special case. His science doesn't have to be testable. His theories don't have to be tested. He's somehow above this. Well,
It's not,
no,
it's
you
not the
actually
same
you are
thing,
just
Eric.
claiming random stuff
Eric,
like I am.
Eric, it's not the same thing.
No, it is.
You
It's
haven't
exactly the
spent
same.
any time on this, dude.
I
And
haven't.
you dug into like a rabbit hole of like,
Dude, I've spent
shit
years
for
and
evolution.
decades on this, my friend.
And you wasted every second of it.
According now, guys, pay special attention to this. He hasn't been able to throw one thing that's tested on the table. And I keep ribbing him about this. You're not able to throw one tested transitional species or one tested common ancestor on the table. According to you.
Sorry, Eric, it sucks, but you wasted every second
Well,
of
that's
that.
that's not much of an argument. Now he's going to try to turn it into a dumpster fire. And watch how he insults me over and over and over and keeps increasing the severity of his insult as he goes. Trying to turn his own debate into a dumpster fire. And I'm just not going to let it happen. It's decades on this, my friend.
And you wasted every second of it.
According to you.
Sorry, Eric, it sucks, but you wasted every second
Well,
of
that's
that.
that's not much of an argument for somebody that has absolutely zero.
Eric, you have failed.
put
You
on
have
the
spent
table.
years on this, and you have failed to provide.
that your
compet-
best argument?
Eric, do not interrupt me. You have spent years on this, and you have failed to provide a competitive hypothesis or an alteration to the theory of evolution that better explains the data or the competitive hypothesis that.
Well,
better
there you
explains
go,
the data.
guys. That's how
You
he
have
justifies
failed
his
after
theory.
years of reading into this, Eric.
And this is how he justifies his untested theory. Not by answering to it, but by comparing me to
This
him.
is delusion, bro.
Okay, you can call it what you like. The point is, you still don't have any tested evidence to throw on the table to prove
You
anything.
are so smug and confident, but stupid, and I
No,
don't
that's
know how
fine.
to get through to you.
Well, you're certainly not going to upset me. That will fail. So if you want to try another method,
I'm not trying to upset you. I'm telling you that
Okay.
you are so smug and confident and stupid that I have no idea how to get through to you on this.
You're not just denying evolution, you're also denying geology. You understand? You're denying geology.
Well, here's what you guys don't have. You don't have any evidence to prove that a single transitional fossil exists. Nothing tested at all, and yet you make the claim. You don't have any tested evidence to prove that any of us have a common ancestor, because you can't point to that common ancestor. You can't test its DNA. So you don't have, you've got plenty of ideas, but not a single one is scientifically tested.
You
Not a
admitted
single
we
one
have
of them is a
Neanderthal DNA.
scientific idea. It's all pure imagination. That's all you've got to put on the table.
You admitted we have
imagination.
Neanderthal DNA, right?
What's that?
Don't we have some Neanderthal DNA? You admitted.
Of course, we have Neanderthal DNA, and you know
But
what
where's
that
the
proves?
traditional fossil?
Oh, well, hold on. Let's look at that. Is the Neanderthal a transitional fossil? What is a transitional fossil? A transitional fossil is a transition. Now, look, what is the definition of species? Anybody? Taco, want to field that? You want to give me the definition? I can give it to you if you don't know it.
I'm just bored, dude.
Yes, I would be too if I was losing my butt. But here's the definition of species for your
Nobody
audience.
can get through to you, dude. You
Notice he doesn't want me to answer this question that I was just challenged to. He's got to continue to insult and try to devolve this into a dumpster fire to save his butt. It's a rather large one, too.
You are so delusional about this.
Well, that's
You've
okay.
spent years working on this.
Here-
You failed to provide a competitive scientific hypothesis or a competitive, or not competitive, but a alternative explanation of evolution that better explains the data that exists.
Is
And
this really all you've got to
you
offer
have-
your audience?
You have absolutely failed here, Eric.
Is that all you've got to offer to this conversation?
Yes, because
Okay,
it's
well, you brought
pointless
up
to converse
your-
with you about it
your
because you're
friend-
uneducated on the topic and you're
Okay.
claiming to be an expert about why evolution is wrong.
Well,
and
let's
you have
look at-
this like delusional
Yeah,
thought
you said that
process
like a
going on
thousand
that's
times.
leading you to believe that evolution is wrong rather than action.
Notice that he has to try to keep over talking me now at this point. Now that he's seen that he can't upset me, he can't insult me and make me turn this into a dumpster fire. So he doesn't want me to answer any more questions. Amazing, isn't it?
And you're not even engaging with the scientific method. If you were engaging with the scientific method, you would actually be examining the data and providing alternative conclusions.
Now, your friend asked me to address the Neanderthal, and if you'll allow me, that's cool. If not, that's cool too.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Now, define species. Anybody here, please. And if you don't want to, I will.
I don't know. This is what
Okay.
you know.
The word species is the classification is over 300 years old. It predates Darwin. And the word species simply means that you have a group of like organisms that are capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. That's all species are. So if we're capable of reproducing and we're just a like organism, and we can produce fertile offspring, then we are by definition a species. So you have dogs, wolves, for instance, gray wolves and dogs, they're all the same species. Doesn't matter if it's a Chihuahua or a Great Dane or a gray wolf, same species. And then you have the DNA of the Neanderthal, and you yourself admit that we have the DNA of a Neanderthal within Homo sapiens, meaning that at one point in time, we interbred and produced fertile offspring. And yet, you guys classify Neanderthal as a separate species to give the illusion of evolution where there is no evolution. They're the same species. So there we go. Now, if you'd like to get back to my argument, notice the silence, the stunned silence. There's nothing they can say to that because it's true. About the universe, you've got two choices here. Either the universe, the singularity, created life and consciousness, which the singularity certainly didn't have any life forms within it. It had no consciousness. It had no imagination. It had no anything except for what little, I guess, enough matter to create what we've got to do, expand into what we've got today.
And now you're
on the other hand, you have a God who
this
does.
Is the third time you've come back here after being hit off of this topic 2 times.
Thank you, sweetheart. No, this is the first time we've discussed this topic.
No, it's not.
So yes, it is. On the other hand, we do have the idea of a God who is conscious, intelligent, aware, and alive. Now, let me say something. I do have evidence for this too. In the modern cosmology, we have what's called dark matter and dark energy. And it's said that they have no idea what it is. It's something that is.
They actually do have ideas. People.
Well, they have untestable.
Help
ideas.
People.
Let's
get
really
some super chat questions.
I guess if you don't want me to, finish that. Yeah. No, they do not know what dark matter and dark energy are. They have several suggestions. They have one main idea that there is somewhat a consensus on, but they go with that idea that's the one that's usually presented whenever they talk about dark matter and dark energy. They say that dark matter, for instance, is probably invisible matter, and that it makes up for all the extra gravity that we see that we can't account for in the universe. There's something that's holding together the galaxies and the solar systems and etc., and keeping them from flying apart. Well, Colossians 2,000 years ago said that Jesus is the one that is holding all creation together. So, dark matter would be the effective force of Jesus. Dark energy is said to be expanding the universe. God said how many times in the Old Testament? At least 5 or 6 times that I know of. He says, I am expanding creation like a curtain. I'm spreading it out like a curtain. There you go. So 3,000 years ago, God was telling us that he is expanding the universe before we ever even knew it. 2,000 years ago, Jesus said, I'm the one holding all existence together, before we knew it was a mystery. For those of us that believe in God, it is no mystery, is it?
This is boring. I'm going to bed.
If you don't want me to finish this, I don't have to.
You can finish. I'm just
Okay.
at a loss that you came back here for the third time.
He keeps saying I came back here for the third time. This was my second time on his channel. The first time he booted me off after like 2 minutes. So no, this was my second time here. Yeah, I'm hard to get rid of it. At any rate, and it's hard to answer my question. Everybody sees this, guys. It's hard to produce the evidence that I'm looking for because you can't. Now, let's look at dark matter and dark energy for a moment. It is omnipresent. Everywhere. Dark energy is everywhere. It is invisible. It is an invisible force of some sort that's holding all of the universe together while it's expanding the universe. And the funny thing is,
can you name 3 dark matter candidates?
The funny thing is, in the scripture,
Eric,
what we have
name 3 dark matter candidates.
Dude, don't interrupt me, please.
Well, please name 3 dark matter candidates.
Well, please. See, he can't let me finish the point. He has to insist that I don't finish the point. Don't finish the point. He's taken enough. He's had all he can take. He can't take it no more. Let me finish what I'm saying and then ask me.
5, 4.
Go right ahead and do what
3,
you need to do, dude. I don't blame you for not letting me speak.
Eric, can you please name 3 dark matter candidates?
No, I'm going to present what I'm saying here first.
Please name 3 dark matter candidates.
If you don't want to,
continuing.
let me talk. That's okay.
I mean, you've been talking a lot. I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I've asked you to present one piece of credible evidence for your side, and you can't.
I don't need to. It's the.
Yeah, of course, you don't need to test your theories. You don't need to test your
by evidence in every aspect.
You don't need to.
Shut up. I don't.
You can just make up whatever you need to make up and say it's science.
Can you name 3 dark matter candidates?
What do you mean, 3 dark matter candidates?
Yeah, can you name 3 dark matter candidates? 3 of the ideas of what dark matter are that show that they don't have any that show that they do have an idea of what the dark matter is, and they've got different predictive models for it.
Okay. The main idea of dark matter is that you have invisible matter that is producing.
You have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Oh, okay.
What are the names of 3?
I know exactly what I'm talking about here. And he has to play this little game so I don't finish my point. That's all he's interested in, guys. Not letting me finish my point.
Dark matter candidates.
You see, dark matter and dark energy prove that there's a force out there that is actually described in the Bible. And that force is identified as God. And it very well could be that what we've detected is the force of God out there. His effect on the universe, his stated effects on the universe, 2,000 and 3,000 years before we knew that these were ever even really effects on the universe. I don't care what you want to name them. The main idea behind all of this is that dark matter is simply invisible matter that's producing gravity that they can't account for any other way. So there you go. That's the main idea behind dark energy or dark matter.
There's
Now-
like 4 different dark matter candidates
Okay, well,
that could be applied to the standard the lambda CDM. And then
well,
there's
that doesn't. And notice, he's chiding me for not knowing it, and he's going to have to Google it here in a second. That's what he's doing. He's Googling it because it's something he doesn't know. And at least I knew what they claim it to be. So there you go. But wisdom is justified of her children, right? And that doesn't
dark
take
matter
away.
candidate that Roger Penrose thinks is the case with CCC.
And what's that? Notice he just wants to say CCC. And it's the exact same thing that he was bringing up earlier. Some kind of a critical cyclic thing of the universe. It's an infinite regress. It has nothing to do with dark matter and dark energy.
I can pull the Penrose one up real fast.
No. I want you to explain that. Because I think you're just
What do you want me to
out of your butt. But that's me.
What do you want me to explain? The
What
dark
you
matter
just said.
candidate for Sir Roger Penrose?
Yeah, what you just said. I'm sure you got it up in front of you.
I can pull it up real fast.
I'm sure it already is. But go ahead.
I'm Googling it right now.
Okay. Notice he's Googling it, guys. So you're Googling it.
It's so in Roger Penrose's.
He's Googling it, guys. Googling it.
I don't have the name of Erebuns memorized, dude.
Okay, well, neither did I. And you're calling me
You're
an
going to
idiot for
interrupt
it.
me every time I'm going to talk.
Well, you just called me an idiot for what you're doing.
All right, I need a second. I'm going to take a quick break and play the music because we had a super chat to play the music. So I'm going to play the music. It takes like 2 minutes, and then we'll be back on stage. So just hang on for a minute while this plays.
And I'm going to forward us past this music, guys.
Urbans, which I'm probably pronouncing incorrectly. Okay. So, I was explaining Erebans, which I'm probably pronouncing incorrectly. But Erebans are the proposed dark matter candidate by Roger Penrose for CCC. It turns into another. Basically, they existed prior to gravitons, and they turn into gravitons later on down the line, which is why they're dark matter. They no longer exist. And then somebody named a bunch of dark matter candidates, which I put up.
That wasn't much of an explanation for somebody that just Googled it.
On the screen. And you couldn't even name one dark matter candidate.
Well, I certainly explained what the majority opinion is, but that's okay. The point is, look at this. Axioms, WIMPs. He's trying to say that these are some dark matter candidates. He says a WIMP is a dark matter candidate. A WIMP is not a dark matter candidate. Neither is an axiom. A WIMP is a weak interactive something particle, but it has nothing to do with dark matter, dark energy. It's not a type. It's not an explanation for dark energy. That's just wrong. You still have not put one piece of credible evidence that's been tested that shows you have even one transitional fossil or one common ancestor. And I think that's significant. It's not even one. You're calling your imagination tested.
Why are you back on evolution when we were talking about the thing that you had addressed 3 times?
Then we started off with my point about the universe. That one of 2 things has to be true. Either that singularity always existed, in one form or another, or God.
The singularity is just where the math breaks down. There was stuff prior to the singularity. It wasn't necessarily.
I'm talking. Look at him making this claim too. There was stuff before the singularity or before the expansion of the Big Bang. How does he know this? He doesn't. I'm talking. He's just making up more stuff and calling it science. He's calling his imagination science, because that's what it is, guys. To these guys, to the atheists and the evolutionists, they're calling their own imagination science and standing on it with all their heart. And they're calling anybody that disagrees stupid. But they've got to play these games, guys, because it's all they've got. They don't have any testable evidence. All they have is the empty claim, the empty, untested, untestable claim. Their imagination is the science they follow. Talking about that pinprick, you don't know what existed before the singularity.
Well, the singularity is where the math breaks down. You're overstating.
See, here's the thing. You don't know that there was even a singularity, let alone anything before the singularity.
The singularity is where the math breaks down, because we don't have a
you
complete
claim
theory of
that, but you don't know that, and you call your imagination science. So let's not do that.
Sir Roger Penrose has a model that calculates to before. I mean, it's not perfect, but it calculates to before the Big Bang.
Yeah, it's a model that's.
You have no idea what you're talking about. There
I
are
absolutely
models
do.
that exist that do what you're requesting.
Ask Penrose if that is a tested hypothesis, and he will tell you no, because there's no way to put that to the test. Okay?
Oh, man.
So imagination is cool, dude. Trying to figure it out is cool, but you can't call it tested science because it isn't. And if you don't know that, you don't know the first thing about
mathematics,
science.
dude. You can use mathematics to describe the universe.
But it's mathematics that tell you that the universe is a simulation. And yet you're denying that, so let's not be a hypocrite.
Oh, man. It's like a small fringe minority that think it's a simulation theory.
Well, no, it's not. We have the mathematics to prove it, and it's supersymmetry. Don't you know that, Dr. James Gates? Okay.
Supersymmetry doesn't mean simulation theory.
No, simulation theory is found in the mathematics of supersymmetry. Dr. James Gates, look it up.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
That's not even the God thing, dude.
He has to be corrected on all this science, guys. It's amazing. This guy doesn't know anything. And all he does is project. And, you know, why does he do this? He does this because he's embarrassed. Because he can't just admit the fact. You're absolutely right. I don't have anything tested and testable that I can throw on the table. But I want to believe evolution. If he said that, I could have so much more respect for him. But this is a guy that has to lie. He has to present untruths. He has to play games and try to turn his own debate into a dumpster fire to keep from, quote unquote, losing the debate. How can you respect that? How can any atheist be a respectable man if he's going to practice this sort of a thing? It just goes to prove the dishonesty that atheists are willing to go to and the desperation that atheists are willing to go to rather than just admitting the truth.
This is so frustrating.
So here we go. Now, if I can,
you are so dense.
If I could get back to my original point, either one of two more attempts to make me angry, which are not going to work again. Two things has to be true. If I might address your audience, one of two things must be true. Either this thing that was a singularity, a pinpoint of whatever, and expanded, either it always existed in one form or another, or there is a God. Okay? One of two things has to be true that always existed. Now, you can only pass on that which you have. A single-celled organism, for instance, only gives rise to more single-celled organisms. That's all we could ever prove. So you can't, if you don't have if your singularity doesn't have any life within it, doesn't have any consciousness within it, you cannot say that it produced life and consciousness out of nowhere. You can say, you can imagine that something happened and that you have no idea what it was. And you can make all the claims in the world that it can produce consciousness, but you can't produce consciousness in the lab. So you can't say that's science. You can't produce life in the lab. So you can't say that that is science. So from scratch, that is. So what you have is this. All you have left then is the idea of a God. Now, if there is a living God, and I say that there is some evidence of that.
Eric, you're talking for me. You just spoke.
If you
gave
have,
two options, and then Eric,
if you have,
if you want to have
God
it
on the
back
other
and forth,
hand,
you have to stop.
You see, he won't let me even finish the point. But if you have a living God, he can produce life. He can produce consciousness. He can produce intelligence. And he can develop a relationship with his creation. He doesn't want to hear this because of all the little demons in his little head. They're bugging him. They're making his eyes cross. They're making him bug out. It's amazing, isn't it?
Hop over
A
talking.
God, on the other hand.
All right. I need a super chat to keep.
A God, on the other hand, does
keep
have
this going. This is too much. He's not.
A God would
he's
be
not
alive.
Even letting me respond
So a God,
to any
do you know what?
This is how is he so broken?
So there you go, guys. A God who is alive and conscious and intelligence can go on to produce life that's conscious and intelligent.
Okay, so the point that I was trying to make was very simple. So you said that there were two options, which is a false dichotomy, even if you think it isn't.
There is no false dichotomy there. You've either got this thing in the universe that always existed in one form or another, the universe, as a pinpoint of light, singularity that expanded. Whatever you want to say happened. Either that thing always existed in one form or another, or God always existed. One of the two things have to be true. There is no third option.
And then you also, because it could be everything popped into existence last Thursday, right? And it just appears that.
It could also be everything just popped into existence last Thursday. No, it couldn't be. Because we were all here before last Thursday. My goodness. The ridiculous extent this man will go to. He has no shame. He's kind of like a atheistic atheo.
But and there's other options too that I've already covered. But in addition to that,
there's other options that he's already covered. Well, no, there isn't. There's either a universe that's always here or a God that's always here. What is that third option? There is none.
You said all sorts of nonsense about abiogenesis and evolution, and none of that is related to the initial state. The initial state could be the case, and it could have still all arose, and those could be false. But the fact of the matter is there's a preponderance of evidence for evolution and abiogenesis, and those are the current positions on the topic, and they are overwhelmingly supported.
A preponderance of evidence for abiogenesis. Abiogenesis states that life evolved. Cells evolved naturally. We've never been able to produce that in a lab. We've never observed it in nature. It's been falsified every time they've tried. It's been proven wrong every single time they've tried. So what did he say again? Let's listen to this again.
those could be false. But the fact of the matter is there's a preponderance of evidence for evolution and abiogenesis.
A preponderance of evidence. He calls failure in the laboratory every time it's been attempted and never observing it in nature. He calls that a preponderance of evidence. Wow. And he calls stating that every fossil is transitional, and yet he can't point to a single one where they've tested the DNA and proven it's transitional. The fact that he says that we all have common ancestors, though he can't point to a single common ancestor, and he can't test his DNA because he doesn't have it. He's calling all of these failures a preponderance of evidence. What is this guy? This is gaslighting. That's exactly what it is. Evolutionists gaslight you. That's all they've got. Lies, innuendo, gaslighting, making an untestable claim after untested and untestable claim. That's all they've got. Smoke and mirrors illusion. That's all they've got. And he's calling that a preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence proves, look up biogenesis. Biogenesis proves that everything brings forth after its own kind, just like God designed. Biogenesis proves that it takes a life to make a life. It takes a consciousness to create a consciousness. That's the only way this works. So there had to be a God to create the first life. There had to be a God to create the first consciousness. That's where the preponderance of the evidence is, guys. Be proud, oh Christians. Claims of God bear out in science. Science bears it out. It doesn't bear out these frauds.
And those are the current positions on the topic, and they are overwhelmingly supported. You've done nothing to combat those except state that they're wrong, which I don't care about. We are talking about the initial state. The initial state is capable of explaining everything in the universe. And you're saying,
except that it doesn't.
Saying, no, it's not. I don't care about your ignorance.
Are you done?
And apparently Jim D thinks you're right, who's another theist. So great for that. Thank you for the super.
Yeah, that's some good things that come out of this. I've met a bunch of good Christians through this, some of which have subscribed to my channel, that's not why I do this, but I'm grateful for it. I was talking to one of the Christians that I met on his channel just tonight. His name is Jack, and he had me on his live stream for a while. On his live stream now, he had two other Christians and an atheist that were all there this night, and even the atheist told me that he was glad to meet me and that he was kind of upset with this dude. He said that this guy was projecting all the way through and that I set forth some valid points that made him think. I was grateful for that. I was grateful for the Christians that I met on there. And we've already got a wonderful relationship. Now, these are guys that I can invite here eventually. So, I really have been blessed by this particular conversation.
Super chat, Jim D. You're amazing.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the point is, you say I'm wrong when you have not one credible piece of evidence to put on the table to show that evolution occurred, to show that you have a common ancestor or even a what do you call it, a transitional fossil. Not one tested piece of evidence. All you have
There
is your
are
imagination.
millions of papers on this,
Eric.
Eric.
Millions of papers that none of them tested. So there you go. You got plenty of imagination to put on the table, but that's all you have to put on the table. Now,
Eric, this is delusion. There is peer review.
Peer review, yeah, and no test. Okay, no tests.
Oh man.
And if something isn't falsifiable, it's not science, dude.
So
Don't you
you're
know it's
saying that because people can't turn a dog into a dog into the next evolution that you
Nope. Look at this. Now he's straw manning it. I've never said because you can't turn a dog into a fish, evolution isn't true. I've said all along, you make all these claims, and not one of them are even testable. So certainly not one of them have ever been tested. And if it can't be tested, it's not science. Science has to be falsifiable. You have to be able to test it and repeat it. So if you claim that we have a common ancestor with the chimp, and you're going to claim that's a scientific hypothesis, then you're going to have to be able to test it. You're going to have to be able to test the DNA because that's the only way you can test that theory. Falsifiability has to have the capability to prove your hypothesis wrong. That's what the falsifiable tests are. They are stringent enough to prove your hypothesis wrong. That's what keeps science fair. That's what keeps it unbiased. That's what separates science from imagination. The tests that prove it either stands or falls. It's either a good hypothesis or a bad hypothesis. And in the case of evolution, it's not even testable. It's not even testable. If it's not testable, it's not science. Period. Period. No matter how pretty it sounds, no matter how much you want to believe it, pure imagination is not science, my friends. And this is all this guy's got. Pure imagination.
You don't like a Pokemon. You don't believe that. No. What would that is?
No tests. Taking this back just a few seconds, guys. Now,
Eric, this is delusion. There is peer review.
Peer review, yeah, and no test. Okay, no tests.
Oh man.
And if something isn't falsifiable, it's not science, dude.
So you're saying that because people can't turn a dog into a dog into the next evolution that you don't like a Pokemon, you don't believe that. No. What would you want to see in the lab, Eric?
That's not what I'm saying.
What would you want to see in the lab? What would you want demonstrated?
One piece of tested credible evidence.
What would be a piece of tested credible evidence so the audience knows?
The tested DNA of the Archaeopteryx and the theropod dinosaur you say it's descended from.
Is that the only thing that would convince?
Silence. Is that the only thing that would convince you? Knowing he can't produce it. He's not. He can't even bring himself to say. Good point. He can't bring himself to say that's the truth. Thank you, honey. Pardon me, wife. Thank my little wife.
Is that the only thing that would convince you of evolution? What else would convince you of evolution?
You say we have a common ancestor with the chimp. Point to that common ancestor and show me its DNA to prove that it's a common ancestor or not.
Okay, hang on.
Now, let me show you what you do have. You have a lie in the classification of Neanderthal, where you classify Neanderthal as a cousin, a species all its own, when according to the definition of species, it is a like life form. And we did, in fact, and we know that we interbred and produced fertile offspring together. So by definition, we are the same species. They are not a cousin species. So what you've done there, or a group of scientists have done, they've lied about this, or not corrected it at the very least, to give the impression, the illusion of evolution where there is no evolution. And you're going to find that that's done with coyotes and dogs and wolves. Coyotes are a separate species according to their classification, when they can interbreed with dogs and wolves and produce fertile offspring. As a matter of fact, they're called core dogs, core wolves. Now, when we get back to, am I still here? Silence, guys, silence. Silence is golden. This is all they could be met with. Once they saw they couldn't upset me and make me melt down into a dumpster fire, the facts have descended them into silence. They have nothing. Nothing. Uh-oh, look at this now. This is his last desperate attempt. Let's go to pictures.
All right, I was just getting that pulled up.
Yeah.
There you
nice
go.
picture, dude. But you don't have any tests showing that we are in any way evolved or cousin with, or that there is a common ancestor with anything up there that is not human. Not a single test. You've got pictures, you've got
Literally DNA test, Eric. You were asking for DNA tests?
DNA tests for what?
But between chimps and humans and transitional species?
Yeah. Yeah. What you do have, you look at the DNA of the chimp and the DNA of the human, and you formulate the hypothesis that we have a common ancestor. But you can't point to the common ancestor, and you can't test its DNA to verify your hypothesis or to falsify your hypothesis. Don't have it. So all you have is imagination. All you have is science fiction.
Dude, you are blind and delusional.
What?
Look
the
at
fact
the
that they look
screen.
similar. The fact that they look similar doesn't change the fact that your imagination is not science.
This is a list of transitional or a page of transitional fossils, dude.
Okay, now show me the one that is its DNA has actually been tested and proven to be transitional. I just told you about the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal is not
We have that
transitional.
for
The Neanderthal is
a
simply
large amount of species.
According to the definition of species, Neanderthal is just part of our species. It doesn't matter that you classified
you're
it
using
wrong.
a false definition of species there, but
What? Show
some
me where that's
fossils
a false definition of species now. Now you're trying to change the 300-year-old definition of species to suit
why
your
would you not
imagination.
use a modern definition of species?
What is? Oh, he wants to change the definition of species now, so that he can say, "Well, yeah, blah blah." But we're not going to change that 300-year-old definition. They can if they want to. They can cheat and lie. That's cool. I'm not going to let them. I'm going to hold them to that pre-Darwinian definition of species. It's all biological, sexually reproducing animals. The definition of species are like creatures that are capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. Now, if you want to change that to satisfy your own imagination and soothe your pride, feel free. You know, you're just going to look silly doing it in front of your audience.
There's literally DNA evidence on this. Like, if you've been researching, like,
There's literally
right
DNA.
now.
Show me the tested DNA evidence that shows that any of these things are a common ancestor with mankind, and chimp or whatever the case may be. Show it to me. You ain't got it.
I mean,
dude.
I don't need to. There's
Yeah, of
papers
course
on
you
this.
don't need to. Of course,
Put a
there's
paper
papers
in
on it.
chat.
There's paper. Of course, he doesn't need to test his own theory. Of course, it's his imagination. Why should he have to test it, right? That's his argument. How ridiculous. And he doesn't feel embarrassed? My goodness. I would feel embarrassed if I tried to do this to my audience. Papers on it, so I don't need to provide the tested evidence, even though there isn't any. They've got papers on it. I don't have to provide tested evidence. They got papers that say so. My goodness. It's almost humorous at this point, isn't it? Took it back just a little bit. DNA evidence that shows that any of these things are a common ancestor with mankind, and chimp or whatever the case may be. Show it to me. You ain't got it.
I mean,
dude.
I don't need to. There's
Yeah, of
papers
course
on
you
this.
don't need to. Of course,
Put a
there's
paper
papers
in
on it.
chat.
There's papers on it, so I don't need to provide the tested evidence, even though there isn't any.
I mean, I just put a paper
That's
in
not
chat.
science, dude.
I just put a paper in chat, but this is
That isn't
scientific knowledge.
science. You have to test science.
It
you
is
don't get
tested.
you don't get a buy.
Do
just
you
because it's
understand
pure
the predictive
imagination.
modeling that we discussed earlier?
You don't get a pass on this on the scientific method. You don't get a pass.
You don't get
on
a pass on the
falsifiability.
scientific method, Eric. I am fucking done with this nonsense. You can't fucking listen. You overtalk
Well, look
me.
at you.
You
The
fucking
cussing.
every
You've lost
time
the debate.
something is brought up, you go off.
How can you tell when somebody lost the debate, guys? He couldn't insult me enough to derail this. Calling me stupid and delusional and a failure hasn't done this. In a minute, you're going to hear him say, well, I've seen pictures of you, as if that affects my argument and should cause me to derail this. I'm proud of this argument, guys. This is what God has shown me. God has opened my eyes to these truths that confound these people. And these are truths that they can't get away from. They can try to distort it. They can try to lie about it. They can try to devolve it into a dumpster fire. They can insult, but they can't produce this proof. They can't produce the real evidences that they have transitional fossils, that we have common ancestors. There's not one tested piece of credible evidence. They look at the DNA of the monkey, the DNA of the human being. They say, aha, this proves we're related, without testing that theory, without looking for that common ancestor, without testing the DNA of that common ancestor to see if, in fact, we are related. They just can't prove any of this. So, yeah, I didn't have to resort to any dishonesty. I didn't have to resort to insult to present my case or to win this conversation. All I had to do is keep cool and stick to the facts. God is good, my friends. God is very good. Take this back a couple more seconds. Pass on this on the scientific method. You don't get a pass.
You don't get
on
a pass on the
falsifiability.
scientific method, Eric. I am fucking done with this nonsense. You can't fucking listen. You overtalk
Well, look
me.
at you.
You fucking
The cussing,
every
you've lost
time
the debate.
something is brought up, you go off on another tangent. This where we're at right now. This
Asking
picture
for your
up here-
tested evidence
Shut
is
up,
not a
Eric.
tangent.
So this picture up here, Eric, is the exact evidence you asked for. There's a scientific study in the side chat with the exact evidence you asked for, and there's more studies online and in all sorts of peer-reviewed journals if you just do the research on this topic. You're saying that you've been studying this for years. You have failed to provide a competitive hypothesis. You have failed to provide an alternative explanation for the scientific theory of, or for the data that the scientific theory of evolution is supporting. You have failed to provide any evidence for a God thing. You have failed to do absolutely any of the things that you're trying to do here. And in addition to that, when you're provided with the answer to your false dichotomy, you just go off on a tangent and say why it can't be right, and then you don't listen to anything that's being said back to you, and you continue back on a tangent. Bro, you are delusional, and you are not listening to any of the words that are coming out of my mouth, and it is very disappointing that you have been brain damaged this badly by your religion.
Howdy, howdy. It's good to see you. I didn't notice you here, Howdy. Good to see you. I happen to know Howdy. Yeah, guys, some of you remember Howdy. I sat there this whole time. When I come on there, I noticed Howdy was there. I didn't say anything because he was sitting there snuggling up to the atheists, actually taking up for the atheists. And when I leave here, he's going to take up for the atheists. But I did want to point out that I recognized he was here, and he sat silent through all of this. He just sat there. So, yeah, I guess I know. As much as I hoped we were friends, I guess we're not. At least I won't be deluded into thinking that we are. But that's okay. I did want him to know that I saw him, that I recognized he was here. And I haven't seen him since. That's pretty amazing. Pretty sad, actually. Poor guy. But, yeah, you know that an atheist is lost when they start cussing and just blathering all over the room. Exploding, that's okay. Howdy, somebody here. Yeah, it's good to see him. But listen, you can tell everybody you want to pass on the testability for your pet theories, and that's fine with me. You can declare that your imagination is science all you like, Taco, and that's fine with me. You just look silly doing so. Everybody in your audience,
you
knows
are
what
the one that
scientific
appears
method is.
delusional here, and you don't understand what's
everybody
going on.
Everybody in your audience knows what scientific method is. They know it has to be testable and repeatable. And everybody here sees that you don't have the first thing testable to throw on the table as evidence.
This is delusion, bro.
Well, I agree. It's delusional on your part. So, yeah. So, there you go, guys. I think my work here is done for now.
I have seen you on camera. I know what I'm dealing with, Eric.
Okay. And it doesn't matter if you've seen me on camera. What you have not seen is any test at all of the DNA of these alleged transitional fossils and common ancestors that you can put on the table before me. Not one, not one. And out of all the thousands of claims there of transitional fossils and common ancestors.
This in regards to your claim that evolution can't be true. When we were talking, why are you interrupting me again? When we were talking about the initial state of the universe versus a god monster bringing everything into existence, you brought this up for no reason. This is unrelated to that topic. Evolution has nothing to do with the initial state or a god causing everything to exist or be in the state that it is now.
Well, I would challenge this guy to debate me now on abiogenesis and evolution versus biogenesis. And I will take up the side of biogenesis. And he can certainly take up the side of evolution and abiogenesis. That's an open debate challenge to any atheist or any evolutionist. I don't care if you're a theistic evolutionist. This is an open challenge. I'm going to take this back another second. And here we go.
Evolution has nothing to do with the initial state or a god causing everything to exist or be in the state that it is now.
Well, you're the one.
It's totally unrelated, Eric.
You're the one that brought us there. So there you go. that's all right.
I mean, this kind of does have to do with
if you're
being
gonna
in the
call
state
a
it is, like
picture,
humans being in the state we are now, right?
if you're gonna
But
say that this picture
nothing
in
to do-
somebody's
stop
imagination,
interrupting me. Holy shit! You don't stop talking. This has nothing to do with the initial state of the universe. So this is a product of the initial state. We're talking about the initial state. That's where we have been in. That's where you went 5 times, and every time you get cooked in evolution, you go back there, and then you come back here, and then you go back there. You are stuck in an endless loop of delusion, Eric.
okay. If you're going to call this picture tested evidence for your transitional fossils, the DNA that proves or disproves that falsifies the
I linked the
theory.
paper in chat. There's also lots of papers on this online and in peer-reviewed journals.
Yes, and not a single thing that's tested and credible.
Maybe if you're delusional and you just reject the scientific method.
Well, you're the one rejecting scientific method. It has to be testable, bro. You have to have those tests. You have to falsify, put your theories, your imagination to the test. That testability is the only thing that separates science fiction from science, your imagination from real science. And since you don't have a single tested piece of credible evidence to show that you actually have a transitional fossil by way of the DNA test, which is the only test possible that can falsify this claim, is since you don't have that, all you're left with is pure imagination. It's not incredulity, it's demanding scientific method, silly.
You have failed.
Of course, according to your bias.
Of your burdens.
I'm
You
not
have
the one that needs to
failed
bring forth the scientific
at
evidence.
having a conversation.
Okay.
You have failed.
Well, you have a
years
wonderful
of research on
Okay.
evolution.
You have a wonderful evening, man. Let me just say goodbye to your audience. I'll say goodbye to you. My work here is done. Howdy, you have a wonderful day, buddy. I'll see you around. Drop by
Welcome to
anytime.
atheism, brother. It's great to have you.
Howdy, I will be doing a live stream.
What do you think about that, Howdy?
I was zoned out. I think the last hour.
Oh wow, he is. Oh,
Yeah, Howdy says I was zoned out for the last hour. After he boots me, wouldn't let me say goodbye to his audience. That's okay. I didn't have to say goodbye to his audience. I am happy to say that I talked to some of the audience members that were sitting there that day, earlier tonight on another brother's channel. And I didn't know that so many people had actually heard me and agreed with me. Even an atheist was agreeing with me on that. So I was really blessed to hear that tonight. Yeah, so guys, thank you, JG, for allowing me to do this. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you. I see there's a few of you out there. If anybody has any questions on anything that was presented tonight, by all means, feel free to ask. I won't guarantee that I can answer everything, but I will sure try. Just pop it up in the question in the chat there. I've got the chat pulled up. And otherwise, I'll give it a couple of minutes. If nobody has anything, I'm just going to say thank you, JG, and thank you, everybody, for listening. Sign off then. So, if anybody wants to check out this atheist channel, his name is Breakfast Tacos, all one word. Breakfast Tacos, just like it would sound. That's how it's spelled. All one word. Type it in the search, and then if you filter it down, use the channel, look for the channel, you'll find it quick and easy. So, God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. You're right, Sherry. It's pseudoscience. It's certainly not science at all. Have a good day, everybody. This is Eric. I'm out of here. God bless you guys.